freak out. We are live! Hi, everybody! Sorry for being a minute late. Ray, reminder, no spoilers. If spoilers mean anything from Endwalker. Everything else up to this point is fair game, because we're in Shadowbringers now. We assume we know how we got here. Thank you. Kiko, good to glad to have you. V, good to glad to have you. Daniel, good to glad to have you. Hello, how are we doing today? Yeah. Raven, good to glad to have you. V, good to glad to have you again. You're doing pretty well? Good. Bramble, good to glad to have you again. Krista, good to glad to have ya. Tracy, good to glad to have you. I'm feeling better. Awesome, Daniel. I'm glad you are, man. Black Flame, good to glad to have you. So yeah, today we're gonna be doing, we're gonna continue on our Bozja journey. We're gonna be finishing Delibram, we're gonna be doing Delibram Regine. We'll probably hop in for a quick second, get Raven leveled up. Although, Raven, we may need to get you through Castrum. We'll figure that out. Oh, you know what? If you guys could hop in to, Bozja with Raven, get a Castrum going, and then, and get Raven up to 10, if Raven, assuming you're playing today, and then then you guys try to do a Castrum while I quick do the warm-ups and stuff. That would work real fire. But I also wanted to point out, Raven, I got my printer working, so the Deadpool art is up, and I will get the Naniri Salmon Arm art up soon too. I don't know if you're on though today, Raven, so we'll see. Can you guys hear me? Is everything good? Am I live? Let me make sure that everything's running. Yes? Okay, cool. It's hard to tell if people are quiet. Okay. In the short term, though, we're almost to the 80 step from Paladin. So, and we've got, 5.4 and 5.5 to do left. So I'm thinking, actually, what we'll do today instead is we're going to do Gunbreaker. Because Gunbreaker wraps into Bozja. So that's what we're going to do for our warm-up. Ken here? Cool. Oh, Raven's swapping over to Raven. Cool. Storming the hall. Where is it? If I'm not, I thought it was, am I crazy? I thought it was Gunbreaker pickup. I thought it was in Limsa, is it not? Job. Is it Gridania? No, it's not. No, it is Gridania. Okay, cool. To the Shroud. So the first one is picked up in God's Quiver. Where's the God Quiver bow? New Gridania, yeah, okay. 11.5, 11.9. I did not expect Bozja to take this long, but honestly, I don't know why I didn't. Seeing as, like, it can take 2 sessions just to get through something that's just as long without the, like, having to level. Oh, making the Gunbreaker right there. How are you all today? Canes, good to glad to have you. I didn't log in on Raven because I thought I'd be sitting out today because I wasn't 9. No, we can still, there's still a chance we can get you going. Because what we can do, Raven, is, worst case, we'll get you in on Zadnor a little late. Issa, good to be glad to have you. Glad you're here. I know you were preoccupied with parental duties, so I'm glad you can make it. So there's still a chance we can do it, Raven. Don't give up hope. Is this the first Gunbreaker quest? Yes. Yeah, having things time gated and rank gated makes it awkward. Yes, but we've been making it work pretty well. We've been going at a good clip here. Give me a second. I'm having dropping some frames. Save project. Yes. You guys probably are able to see all this, aren't you? Yeah, you do. Okay. Give me a second to just close down all my work stuff. All the all the video editing and audio editing. Close that. Okay, that should do it. Sounds good. Yeah, get more stuff, try after stream. Yeah, sounds good, Issa. Lady, good to see, glad to have you. Oi, mate. Fancy making yourself useful. Listen close. A gang of highwaymen have been applying the trade round these last few days. We try to flush them out. They're slippery buggers, though, so we need all the help we can get. That's where you come in. We spotted them lurking in the bramble patch, and we ain't ready to spring our trap. All you have to do is collar anyone who strikes you a bit as shifty and raise the alarm. We'll take care of the rest. He even speaks in archaic. Like not even the word choice, but the spelling. Like, he spelled that alarm with a U. Yeah, because Raven, all you should have to do is get to 10, which should go quickly, and then you just have to do a castrum, which maybe a bit of a luck, but worst case, you know, I'll be taking my time. Just go as fast as you can. And, because I still got warm-up, I'm going to be reading everything. I think we can make it work. Very good. Good? I feel like Ray Ray should be here to be like, that isn't good. I don't know. I just basically try to perform something that's a little bit close to... That, like, evokes the idea of the accent rather than being good at it. And it's just... I mean, at this point, it's kind of practice. We're 90 episodes in. This is episode 90, guys. We're 10 away. We're like 5 weeks away from it being 100 episodes. And about 5 weeks away... Well, not even. Like, we're like 2 or 3 weeks away from it being a year that we've been doing this. Crazy. So why are we doing Gunbreaker? Lady, because Gunbreaker, it comes from Bozja, and this mission actually ties into the Bozjan story. So we're doing this as the warm-up. Also because my Paladin is not leveled enough to do the next job quest. And we also don't have that many job quests left to do for warm-up for when we get to 5.4 and 5.5. I do love how the new jobs always have to have a thing that, like, shows off the job, makes them look cool. Probably should have changed it to Dark Knight. Out of my way, or I'll gut ya! Two years on the website? Crazy, Issa. It's crazy. It's also crazy to think that we didn't start streaming until like a year into having the doing videos. Oh, no. Ah, fuck. There we go. Infinite, good to go to have you. Hold your gunblade steady and true. I wish I had the gunblade I made for my friend here. Just to show you guys. I made a version of one of the ultimate weapons from FF8 for my friend. Let me see if I have a photo of it. This is the best image I got. How do I open this up? Sorry, give me a second. A bunch of it is like tied into like stuff with that is like personal information things, so I'm trying to find a better image. Oh my god, stop. Internet, why? There we go. Okay. Okie doke. Let me pull that up so you guys can see it. I just realized. So that's it before I painted it. But this is it when it was done. And that the barrel actually functioned. Well, it didn't kind of function. It was locked in place so it had extra support, but it like could be loaded and stuff. Damn, good to glad to have you. You have my thanks, stranger. And mine. If you hadn't shown up, things could have gone very badly for us. It is my fault. I'll be more careful next time. Truth be told, I thought we have an easier time of it on this side of the wall. How wrong I was. To think we could be caught unawares by a gang of common thieves. What's going on? We heard a commotion and... That's one of them! Just like the witnesses described! It's strange they'd go after a pair like you. All their marks are so far have been merchants and whatnot. You know, folk carrying coin and valuables. Won't put much of a fight. I reckon that if any of their cronies are out there watching, they'll think twice before crossing your lot again. Still, might be the idea for you to see these travelers to Gridania. Me and the others keep looking for the rest of the highwaymen. Okay, have a good one, Raven. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're good. Those bandits. Something about this doesn't sit right with me. We barely have a fistful of gil between us, and I have a couple of fulms of edged steel strapped to my back. Not that the most likely of targets. Perhaps that is why they went straight for the kill. They might have succeeded if you hadn't stepped in. We are in your debt. I am Radovan, and this is Sophie. We travelled here from Ilsabard, far to the north, where once I served as a soldier of Garlemald. I had no choice. My family was taken hostage. While it is true that I have fought and killed for the Empire, I would never have done so willingly. Although I have freed myself of their shackles, the life I have known is no more. But that was another life, one I would sooner put behind me. I came to Eorzean in the hope that I might start anew here. As for me, I also escaped from the Guardians. I was part of a resistance movement, until we were all rounded up or killed, that is. The Empire took everything from me. My family, my homeland. With nowhere else to go, the two of us decided we'd stand a better chance of surviving if we stuck together. And here we are. To see me now, you'd scarce believe I once served as a personal guard to my queen. But in the end, I couldn't protect her. I couldn't protect anyone. Not even my wife and son. While I would have gladly given my life for theirs, it was not to be. Even so, there may still be a use for the skills I spent years honing. Those who I may yet deliver from harm. They're just telling you their whole life story right off the bat. That's why I suggested looking for employment as a bodyguard in Eorzea, and Gridania seemed a good place to start. I know you've helped us enough already, but I have a proposal. Would you consider working with us? Now hold on, Radovan. That's rather a lot to ask, don't you think? But Elio has what it takes to become a gunbreaker. It seems my gunblade has caught your eye. You may have seen Garleans wielding something similar, but this is the genuine article. The ones used by the Empire are simply edged weapons with a firearm bolted on, or vice versa. While they have their uses, they pale in comparison to those my clan forged for generations. Our gunblades use ethereally imbued cartridges. When you pull the trigger, the powdered crystal within ignites, releasing the aether. This sends a powerful shockwave through the blade, increasing its destructive capabilities. The cartridge can even be fired into the air to create defensive barriers. Perhaps you should have saved the lectures until you've heard Elio's answer? Ah, yes, first things first. So you are interested? In exchange for assisting us, I will teach you the art of the gunbreaker. And I was wondering if you might be able to act as a guide. If you'd accept gunblade training as a form of payment, we'd be most grateful. Once the coin starts rolling in, you'll receive a fair share. You need not answer right away, but please, give it some thought. Yeah, and don't worry, Raven, we'll also come back and help you through at a different time. So you're not missing out. And again, and if you didn't hear me earlier, the Deadpool art's in the background now. Yeah, the message munching is really annoying, isn't it, V? Message munching? Really wish I wouldn't... Oh, the YouTube munching, yeah. I thought I was like, am I like eating something? Am I making a sound? Have you reached a decision? From this day forth, our fates are intertwined. While the path that lies ahead is not an easy one, the spirits of my predecessor will watch over you. Bum, 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 bum. Gunbreaker unlocked. Sweet. How much time we got? Oh, we got time to do at least one quest. Okay, let's not get naked, Elio. That's a look. That certainly is a look I've got going on here. Like, let's just let this all sink in for a moment. Let me catch up on you guys. Cosplay stuff never fails to impress me. Well, I have a lot of it, so, and I've got more stuff to show. Oh, I gotta keep, fuck. I was getting ahead on so many projects, like, but now I just realized I have like 6 other things I want to work on. I need to work on that Trivial Pursuit board, the idea that we all had before. I need to get make more triple triad cards for, well, I got a lot of things to do, as always. Personally, really want to make a Gunblade crossfit crop, but I can't decide what model to pick. There are a lot of good ones. Definitely take it easy and take care of yourself, Raven. Yeah. Yeah. Deadpool art? Yes! Ugh. Technically, you're eating air all the time. True. True. Oh, he munched, that poor Sabotender. The floppy bow tie. I know, the bow tie really makes it, doesn't it? So basically, oh, sorry, AC, you had a point. Yeah, the part that fascinates me is the recoil of the Gunblade. Hrothgar have the natural beefy arms to handle it. Yeah, although it's interesting, right? Because you should think about it this way, AC. It wouldn't necessarily be a high recoil weapon necessarily because you're firing out powdered aether, right? Like the mass of the object that you're firing is basically you'd be firing like a blank, like a black powder. Like there's not a bullet necessarily, and then that casts a spell as it goes out. So while there might be some pushback from the explosion, like coming back, there's not the same. The recoil doesn't function always the same as like a normal firearm would, right? Basically, gunblades are powder-powered breakers and not actual guns. Naturally, because guns were named after gunblades. Yeah, so are gun blades technically guns? I mean, they fire. What is the definition of a gun? Gun definition. What does like Merriam-Webster say? A weapon incorporating a metal tube from which bullets, shells, or other missiles are propelled by explosive force, typically making a characteristic loud, sharp noise. I would argue under that definition, gun blades are still guns. Now that the Gunbreaker of Eld have yielded a portion of their wisdom, you are ready to take the blade in hand. Rather than spend moons and moons training you, perhaps we had best find an employment first. We can use the time between assignments to refine your abilities. But where should we start? Well, there's places like Gridania, Limsa, or Ul'dah. Or there's the Adventurers Guild, where you can find all sorts of jobs. The Adventurers Guild. Yes, that sounds quite promising. I suppose we are adventurers, after all. Tell me, Elio, are you familiar with this sort of thing? I've been known to adventure once or twice. A bit of a dabbler, you could say. Oh my, in that case we couldn't have found a better guide. Well, there is no time like the present, shall we? You do have a fire mechanism, so yeah. Yeah, and then, yeah, you know? I feel like based on that definition, a gunblade would still be considered one. Ballsy and gunblade, that is. Yes, Garland gunblades are gun plus sword. Gunblades don't fire projectile. Gunblades do fire projectile, though. Well, so, like, their projectile is aether and so is relatively massless, but they do fire a projectile. It's just ethereal powder that causes an effect, right? Doesn't that still count? Press A to sword and press B to gun. Sword gunblades don't fire projectile. See, okay, I feel like this thing that like say that like Infinite and Tam are feeling like it. Are you just setting up ahead of time, Bramble? That's skillfully done. Makes me think of Lord. I hope Ling's doing okay. Actually, I just realized they do fire projectiles, lightning, shot, and shields. Yeah, I just swapped the gunbreaker and checked. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Is like if you look at it, let's find it. See, is there anything I can fire? I mean, like literally, you have the cartridges, right? So get my head around what the hell is Terminus S? Magic flashes created by magic rounds, really large bullets exhaust. I would assume. I don't. I feel like there is a note somewhere in the game that actually does give us a little bit of information on it. My assumption on what Terminus Est is it's something akin to it's Gaius using something like a gunbreaker, an ability more akin to a gunbreaker than to what most Garleans do, where they just use the gun part as a firearm. I would assume that there's some sort of ethereally laced bullet aspect to the bullet, because I don't know what else it could be, right? Like, it severely limits your options, because he doesn't have ethereal manipulation, but if he's not I mean, like... Here, Erzbane, Misa and Garland, Erzbane to dear friend Gaius. No. Damn it. Got nothing about it in here. I swear to God there's a reference to Terminus Est, but yeah. We'll keep an eye out on. Oh, you know what else we could do? Let's pull up plus notepad. Let me pull up my notepad, see if we can find any in-game dialogue. Control F to turn. Terminus. Est. Yeah, it doesn't seem like... No, there's nothing in the text of the game that directly refers to it. Unfortunate. Warning, do not lick the like button. That will only call it strangeness. Thank you, Raven. I had too much fun drawing Deadbolts for patterns. It made me enter kind of zen, just blending all the colors. Aww. The starting gunblade looks awful. I like standard modified Garlean. I love it. Actually, oh, man, I feel like I'm such a contrarian with you guys sometimes, but I love that it's elegant and simple and thinner. I feel like it's very elegant. What do you find terrible about it? Is it that it's not as chunky? If I'm honest, I like Lightning's gunblade, especially hers from 13.2. Pretty cool design of it. Definitely cool design. Although it's interesting, right? Because that is definitely a gun and a blade. It's a blade that transforms into a gun rather than being a gunblade. You know? Because it's like, because it has the two different modes. He's one of my favorite quest lines. He isn't a hero, he's a merc. Oh, referring to Radovan, or... Doesn't gunmetal soulfire fire out projectiles to cast a barrier? Yes, they even explicitly said it. Also, lightning shot looks like a really small Terminus S to me. Oh, do I have lightning shot? Which one's that? I might not have it yet. Do pursuit chat. Make Elio say, "Road something, follow for us, because the most will happen." Isn't the Terminus S technique based on the ammunition? It definitely is. 100% we can guarantee that it's based on the ammunition, as Gaius, like, explicitly pulls out specific bullets in order to do it. The Garland gunblade itself is Magitech, but Gaius only ever performs it when the chamber is loaded. Yes! So it's definitely a byproduct of the bolt, which is why I theorize that it's more in line with, like, the Bozjian gunblade. Would you say you're feeling like a death worm? Feeling like death worm? I barely have glowing weapons due to that. Yeah, I feel that, Raven. I'm always torn, because I love glowing weapons, but I also love, like, simple elegance. It's a level 15 weapon skill, so you probably have it. Okay, well, then why is it... Oh, because it's the ranged weapon. It's the ranged attack. I just didn't see it on the... I'll make sure to keep it open and toss it out when we get there. Now that Mother Mione has made a formal member of the Adventurers Guild, we can start accepting assignments. In fact, we've already been given the details of a potential client in need of a bodyguard or two. A man named Lacencio is waiting by the Wailing Barracks. Sophie and I will try making our own way there to get our bearings. Also, if you want to join for Delibrum Regine, we'll be doing that in a little while here. Probably about an hour from now, if I had to guess. That's why I love the Bozjian relics. They're simple, elegant, and glowy. I'm torn on some of them because, like, some they're not. I wouldn't say they're simple and elegant when they're final stages for some of them. Those crystals are ostentatious as hell. I love them, but they are ostentatious. But I do love, like, I think the first rank of Gunbreaker is so good. It's just balanced well too. I both love the extravagant, ridiculous weapons and also some of the more understated ones. Yeah. I really appreciate that all relic weapons come in a glowy and a non-glowy form, because it means if you really love the form, you're not like, well, have to deal with it, or other way around. I love my simple sniper rifle for my machinist. Yeah. And it's just, like, ultimately it's just good to have a breadth, right? Like a breadth of different types of glams, because if everything's super detailed, it kind of, like, diminishes things being detailed, whereas, like, there's simple, there's complex, there's all in between. It's more of a statement to have it, to choose one, you know? We thought it best to wait for you before we introduce ourselves. You must be the one sent by the Adventurers Guild, yes? No, thank goodness. Something dreadful has befallen. Well, threatens to befall. The one and only Editha. Huh? I love that all of those in... You mean to say you are unfamiliar with the most gifted harpsichordist who ever lived? Whatever possessed me to hire such uncultured... It appears my breath would be better spent briefing you on the nature of my request. A few days ago, Editha received a most unwelcome missive, a death threat to be precise. At first, I deemed it nothing more than a crazed scrawlings of some harmless churl that was until, during the recital, a stone was thrown at her, missing by a hair's breadth. I have, in my capacity as her manager, cancelled all public appearances until the perpetrator can be brought to justice. I fear, though, that my delicate tulip will wither and fail if I confine her to her dressing room, and she has herself expressed a desire to stroll freely beneath the canopies of Miketo's amphitheater. I see where this is going. You want us to take her for a walk, is that it? If that is all we have to do, we should count ourselves lucky. A threatening letter, a brazen attack in a public place. Who knows what will happen next? But she can't stay indoors forever. I say we accept. Splendid! Without further ado, I shall have Editha prepare for her promenade. We best proceed carefully. If the culprits know that Lasencho asks the Adventurers Guild for help, they can probably deduce that Editha will be coming out of hiding. We should see if anyone bears a grudge against her, so we know what to expect, and we better look around the amphitheater for places where an ambusher might hide. The best gunblade is the Oni Club? I feel like... Tab, it's so funny because taste-wise, subjectively, that's my least favorite because of how much it just isn't a gunblade. Which I realize can be exactly why it's enjoyed, right? But for me, that's what I fucking... I hate anything that just doesn't match an animation. So for instance, the Gunbreaker, or the it's not the Istro. Oh no, it is the Istro. Wait, no, wait, what? I don't know what's going on there, but okay, we're gonna do Miketos. For me, like when Dragoon, if you get like Ada's spear or Ada's scythe and you put on a Dragoon, how it like just doesn't make any sense with the Dragoon animations. Oh, it drives me crazy. Why yes, Editha has been taking in the talk of Gridania since her debut. Her skill as a musician is without question, although I sense that many of her admirers are more interested in her bizarre stage garb. Know of her? I certainly do. I would consider myself to be one of her many admirers. In all honesty, I do not care for the way some of the others oogle at her. If the rumors about Editha receiving death threats are true, one of those lecherous scoundrels must be behind it. Oh, Editha, even a moment deprived of her sumptuous harmonies is akin to an eternity of unimaginable torment. When, oh when will she grace me with her splendid once more? That feels safe. The best, I also love the Summoner Heavensward Relics Lux, yeah. I love Thunder Gunblades too. I wish we got someday a standard issue high-ranking Garleum 1 a la Hattersbane. I'm so torn. I've had this conversation so many times since I started streaming. It's like, on one hand, I don't want Garlean stuff to be in there because of what it symbolizes, but also it's not really a great reason to not have it, you know? Like, Garlean armor as a glamour, like true Garlean armor. Like, I know there's obviously stuff from, like, Babel, but, like, I'm torn. Elio, have you met Miss Odin? She's a harpsichordist like Editha. That poor girl. What is the world coming to? That a gifted and beautiful young performer such as her must hide away for fear of her life. It beggars belief. It must be one of her followers. I've seen the way some of them look at her, and it makes my skin crawl. With fans like that, who needs enemies? I feel safe. So, what do the other locals have to say? Well, she's got some very passionate fans, that's for sure. Yes, most of them think that one of Editha's admirers is to blame, but I sense there's more to it. I think that until we have more information, we should treat everyone with equal suspicion. To be on the safe side, I personally prefer to carry out a more thorough investigation, but we best not keep our client waiting. Once you are ready, let us return to Lasenchor. Decoy, good to gotta have ya! Most of her fans are suspicious, yeah. Oh wow, it's already 3:30, okay. We're gonna try to wrap this quest up ASAP. I guess honestly we've got Deliberum in the back part of Bozja and then starting Zadnor, so honestly, we're actually set up pretty well in terms of timing. I mean, some of the Bosnian Relics final stages are massive. I did a comparison, yeah. I feel like so massive, I can't believe you can handle it with one arm. Some of them are quite large, it's true. What about Guntana? What do you think about Imperial Magitech Saw back then? The one from Babel. Great question, because that probably, Imperial Sawback. Oh, that one. Yeah, it's interesting because that says Imperial, right? So it literally is Garlean. So my point about not having Garlean things really runs counter to that. But I mean, like, okay. Here's the thing. I like that because they basically just decided to make a Gears of War Gunbreaker blade. Trophy weapons. Speaking of animations not lining up in machinist weapons, the Makai Deranger and the Flamethrower animation is hilarious. I don't know him. Hell yeah, Raven. Good shit. Recently we got Garlean Gathering gear. But again, so that's like Garlean Gathering gear in the same way that the stuff from Babel is Garlean gear, which is like, technically it is literally Imperial gear, so you're not wrong. But there's a difference between like Legatus armor to me. But again, we even have the Law and Order stuff, which is effectively based off of a version of that. So, you know, my points aren't great. I feel like you've given a lot of interpretive room with how various guns and gun blades function as functionalities, often a byproduct of design. Some of the gun breaks have open barrels, some have scopes. It's odd. Yeah. It's true. Editha assures me that she will be ready in 2 shakes of a Ziz tail, whatever that means. I do like that, like, you're playing as a tank, and for each of the, like, quests, you have to, like, fight. I actually don't know that each of them you have to, but...
Ah, my chaperones have arrived. How wonderful! Oh, to finally feel the sun's warming rays, I am reborn. They weren't joking when they called her eccentric.
Ugh. All this prancing about is going to draw unwanted attention. We'd better get this over with as quickly as possible. Sophie, Elio, and I will escort her to the amphitheater. Why don't you stay behind with Les and Cho, in case we need to hurry back?
Fine by me. I'll keep an ear out for any signs of danger and come running if you call. Although I was fully prepared to join you in guarding Editha, and even dressed for the occasion, I will defer to your professional opinion and remain here. But promise me that you'll keep my sweet Petunia safe.
Leave it to us. Are you ready, Elio? As I'll ever be.
La la la, what a beautiful day for a stroll.
All Magitech weapons apparently have saw blades instead of gun barrels. I wish I could pull it up right now. But we only need to escort her to the amphitheater and back, but keep your eyes peeled. I must ask that you refrain from wandering.
Oh, I wouldn't dream of it. La 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 la.
And avoid any needless frolicking. I don't think I've ever seen anywhere so peaceful and serene.
Oh, Gridania is a wonderful place indeed. You should stay a while.
Ha! I will give it some thought.
Is that?
It is!
Editha!
Wait, don't go running on ahead. This is all we need. An unwanted distraction, but perhaps they can tell us why those bandits are after Editha. You are escorting lovely Editha. Please allow me to make a record of this day's event.
Oi, the whole Gridania delights in Editha's magnificent melodies. Every other musician pales in comparison to her.
Editha has only recently begun performing in Gridania and has already amassed a considerable following. I have heard, however, that some of the other harpsichordists are envious of her success.
Is it true that her music is inspired by all the wondrous places she's seen on her travels?
I hear that Editha has become something of a recluse of late. I do hope she returns to grace the stage once more.
So you get the impression that the jealous rival is the instigator. There she is, with the rabbit ears! Who goes there? Never you mind. Step away from the girl, nice and slow. I think not. Elio, don't let them near her. Oh yeah, there's definitely an explosion when you do that, so, and it...
Perhaps you would benefit from my ministrations as well.
At times like these, the Royal Guard stance is probably your best option. I'm sure there are others ready to crawl out of the woodwork. Stay alert. I don't have continuation yet. Oh god, it feels weird not having continuation.
I'll skin you alive.
You go on ahead. I will hold them off here.
There could be more of them, so be on your guard. We must be ready to strike at a moment's notice. Gah! They never learn. Elio, take the left again. Way ahead of you. What's going on here? Okay, thank you, Twin Adder, for at least trying to do something. I guess you're a Wood Whaler, not technically a Twin Adder. Your assistance is much appreciated.
These horde bandits spoiled my day.
Oh, fuck. God, 60 as a baseline for skills feels so good compared by comparison like 1 through 50. I can tell that this one is the cut above the rest. Use the souled barrel to ready a cartridge, the gnashing fang to release the aether. That's it!
These horde bandits won't spoil my day.
Kill the lot of them. Gotta keep trying to press for continuation. What was that?
Leave these ruffians to me. I and the other Wood Whalers will get to the bottom of this.
Not much further now. Quick, let me turn into a scholar. Yes, I think we've gathered that much. Oh, I didn't see what.
What a beautiful day.
It is too quiet. They must be expecting us. It's interesting that they, like, make the new jobs, because they've got shorter storylines, have much, like, longer quest lines.
My, what a naughty little rabbit. It seems you wandered too far from your warren. The stage is set for your curtain call, though it cost me a pretty penny to rent the place.
This will be your last you walk over all over my stage with those grubby little paws of yours. Surprising no one. The jealous bitch was jealous. I want the talentless sow's head on a platter, and save me the bunny ears. Remember, Aditha is their target. Do not let her out of your sight. This is good because it teaches you, like, the basic of tanking. It's so interesting to me that they didn't start with that as a fundamental assumption for, like, other job quests in the past. Like, Red Mage kind of gets you there. Red Mage and Samurai do kind of teach you some basics, but, like, especially starting in Shadowbringers, they start doing that a hell of a lot more. You know, think about the role quests, right?
Useless! And you call yourself professionals! Looks like it's time to introduce the little rabbit to my kitty.
Now she sends the beast after us. No matter. We must protect Editha at all costs. Oh, I'm under-geared with everything. That's part of the problem. That's why it's going slow. Okay, I'll read it. Shit. Michelle's sister is a big fan. Yeah, it's surprising. I can't help but think the machine's flamethrower, like the one I've seen in Ghost Rider film, the rider taking a leak is skin to him letting loose a flamethrower. Hell spells. That's a lightning aspected aether. Try running into them. You'll get a nasty shock, but we can worry about that later. Off-road guard. More of them. Stop them before they reach Editha. Well, that's not good. See, now it's an interesting fight because I'm under geared. So if I can take this. Oh, if that fucking critical things me. If we fail this, we're gonna go ahead and just go into Bozja. Oh, that's not good. Woo! Radovan, could you please pull me off him? Or pull him off me, preferably? What are you waiting for? Kill them! Reinforcements, draw their attention from Editha. And this is why you properly gear yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. What's wrong? No more surprises?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm afraid not.
Ifrit's fiery piss? Who says that? I gotta look that up.
The show's over. Now take off that mask before I cut it off your face. Miss Ondine, I might have guessed, but what have Editha has ever done to deserve this?
That harlot doesn't know the first thing about real music, and she thinks she can steal my fans, my stage, with those appalling outfits of hers. I won't stand for it. I won't. What happened here?
I just realized I probably should have given Sophie the V accent back.
I'd heard that Ondine wasn't exactly a fan of Editha's, but I never thought she'd pay to kill her. And now we know that the highwaymen in these woods were in on her schemes, too. A few days back, they had helped Udine's carriage in the shroud, but she made them an offer worth more than the valuables she was carrying. Mind you, I don't suppose there's many of the bastards left after today. You've done us all a good turn, so if you need anything from the God's Quiver, don't hesitate to ask.
Oh my god, we're almost an hour in. That's crazy.
Now that the danger has passed, Editha will at long last be able to make her triumphant return to Mikoto's amphitheater. There's still one thing I don't quite understand. Why did those highwaymen attack me and Radovan's in the woods? Maybe it's because of your ears. I imagine Udine told them how much I love wearing my favorite bunny crown. They probably thought you were me. Oh, there's one of... these ones aren't real Vierias. At least I don't think so. Actually, I was wondering if I might have a word in private with the three of you. But there are 4 of us. Yes, but only if I include you, which I am not. What have I done to deserve such treatment? Oh, well, I suppose a lady's entitled to her secrets. But before I return to my duties, I wish to express my gratitude for your part in today's events. You have both performed admirably. Now that the pesky manager of mine is out of the way, let's go to the Great Loam and the Growery.
I do wonder if the existence of Magitech weapons, hence Garleans, can use tech to mimic the classic Aether-based jobs among the pureblood, or if we are meant to assume those are just for conscripts.
So Magitech doesn't always require Magitech. So things that run purely on ceruleum can be considered Magitech, like the Reapers. So that's an interesting quandary. I know there are a lot of things that are just intended for the conscripts. So in those cases, that could be part of the thing. I mean, like, hell, Radovan, right, would have been a conscript, and he would have been wielding Bozjian arts.
Love how Ymitra busted out her wand and Editha didn't even run for cover. And not a Wood Whaler in sight. Yep, and then we got the Wood Whaler, yep. Oh, Gunbreaker Quest, the best class. Oblivion, good to see, glad to have you.
Only slight amount of favoritism. Yes, we're doing them because it's the lead up. This actually has relevance in terms of Bozja.
Can't help but think of Dante from DMC whenever anyone mentions Royal Guard. Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that, but now I am. I love DMC. Oh, to be fair, I love Devil May Cry. DMC Devil May Cry has its moments.
You risked life and limb to protect me. I feel it's only fair that I explain myself. One moment, please. What? She's a sylph. You mean to say she was a sylph from the very beginning? Oh yes, this one feels much more comfortable now. It is fun to use glamours and play the harpsichord, but a little tiring. And this one spent so long in walking one's house that this one nearly died. These ones need the sun's rays to flourish, to live. That is why this one had to go outside, even though dangerous ones were all around. This one hopes helpful ones will understand and not tell simpering one. Listening one will be sad if this one can no longer play sweet, sweet music. Your secret is safe with us. I am ever so grateful. I promise you'll come listen to my harpsichord soon, yes?
I swear I blink in 15 minutes past. All right. Oh no, who could have guessed it was the person in exactly the same outfit we met 5 minutes ago. Not quite the conclusion I was expecting, but a satisfactory one nonetheless. I must say, you've acquitted yourself rather well, Elio. I normally takes a lot longer for novices to grasp the fundamental difference between a gunblade and a regular sword. It was originally developed by my people in the Third Astral Era. The march of the Allegan Empire had driven us to the barren wastelands, where even survival was a constant struggle. Our queen, Gunhildr, was closely guarded by a loyal soldier known for the unique swords they wielded. Those loyal vassals were known as Gunhildr's Blade, a name that was abbreviated and applied to the most distinctive of their weapons, the Gunblade. Meanwhile... Oh! The gun in Gunblade is not referring to... Wait, what? What? That's... The gun in Gunblade is not referring to it being a gun, it's because it's Gunhildr's blade. Meanwhile, the Allegans were developing firearms capable of launching projectiles over a great distance, as they were similar in appearance to our gunblades. We refer to these weapons as guns, a term which is now commonplace. Guns got their name from Gunhildr. Wow.
So effective were these new weapons on the battlefield, the Queen's Guard decided to specialize in smashing through the enemy lines and destroying them as swiftly as possible. Thus did they come to be known as gunbreakers.
See, I played Gunbreak. I did this quest line for the first time when I first started playing, and that was like 3+ years ago, and also I was just like, there was so much being thrown at me. I was like, I definitely did not pick up on that.
Even after the fall of the Algan Empire, these techniques were passed down to each new generation. My clan are the descendants of Gunhilder's royal guard, although I am all that remains.
Oh, that was Redvan.
It is my duty to see that the art of the gunbreaker lives on, even if that means entrusting it to an outsider such as yourself. If you like history lessons, you two will get along like a house on fire. I'd best leave it there for the time being. I don't want to overwhelm the lad. The best learning is done in the field, however. As pleasant as Gridania is, I'm eager to see what other city-states have to offer. Then may I suggest Ul'dah? Their markets have goods from all over the world, and I'm dying to take a look. Ul'dah it is, then. Sophie and I will go on ahead. When you arrive, seek us out. We shouldn't be hard to find.
Thank you, Raven, for your belief in me. Okay, we're going to turn that in, and then we're going to go get back on the track. Better to not think about it. Oh, what did ACC? I can't help but think of Dante. Yeah, because we know beliefs can directly influence summon primals. You don't want the belief to influence the result of the summoning. Did AC have a done point? Where does it come out from Ifrit? Questions. And there's the Dancing Pope. Don't forget the Hall of the Novice straight up teaches you the wrong tanking tactics, like pulling one by one and outdated ones like landing combos to keep enmity while this is no longer needed. That's crazy. They really need to just either remove Hall of Novice if it's going to teach you the wrong things. I mean, to be fair, hitting to maintain enmity is kind of important in terms of if you don't hit them. Tank stance doesn't passively create enmity, but yeah, that's wild. I mean, I feel like the reason that they haven't updated Hall of Novice is because it's barely used anyways. It is good to finally get away from that noisy marketplace. Not that this watering hole is much quieter. Still, it's a paradise compared to anything you'll find in Garlean territory. I think he's just in a sour mood because he can't find any work. You're not wrong there, Sophie. I'll keep looking, though. Elio, you better train yourself by yourself until we find our next client, which, with a little luck, will be soon. Okay. Let's get back to Bozja! Oh, I see. That's what... Okie dokie doke. And so we did Castrum, which means we should probably go, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, here, I'm going to come back to the tea tree. If anybody wants to join me in Bozja and prepare, like, we're going to have a little bit to do before Deliver Regine, but if you want to join in on that, now's a good time. Kathra, good to see you, glad to have you. I had a morbid thought. What if everyone you killed in game just stayed there and didn't disappear? Think all the stuff you would have to crawl over. Lordy. That would be a... That is a morbid thought. Good job. Wow, it even teaches you to tank stop handy. Yeah, you can do it, shield, heal, blast. Yeah, I believe. I swear I blink 15 minutes past. Also, the ADHD story. Oh, looks like you got... You know, I'm going to go ahead and go to Gangos then if no one's here, because that'll be an easier way to meet up with people. If you want to join me, meet me at Gangos. What's the real-world etymology of gun, Infinite? I remember because it caught me off guard that the guns are named after the gunblade. I thought it was so... Is it... Why is that stupid, though? I mean, like, in terms of, like, it makes sense. Like, is it... Well, why would it make any more sense to be the other way around? You know? Oh, I don't have that. That's why. Oh, there's Tam. I'll invite you to the party. Sorry, Bramble, I didn't get you. They really need to update the Hall of the Novice. I mean, the thing is, like, even if they did, would that be a good use of time? Because, like, it's still not a well-integrated system anyways. The problem is that they need to create systems that passively teach people, for instance, making it more part of the MSQ. And not mandating you play Hall of Novice for MSQ, but, like, as you go through, the solo duties will just kind of naturally teach you. I guess the problem with that is that you can't do that with MSQ because you don't know what job people will be having. So you would have to, instead, make it so that it's... Instead of the MSQ, you'd have to do it in jobs. Okay, we got Bramble, we got V... And then I will be picking up this quest while I wait for the rest of you guys. I don't remember where Ifrit's Fire Pistol in game, but Wind Up Ifrit has a minion. It has it as a minion quote. Well, that's good enough. which teaches you about limit break. Also, I think you should have Hall of the Intermediate. Yeah. I'm curious if the ancient gunblade all had cylinders like modern gunblades, or if they use a different mechanism altogether. Seeing as we see the relic, the Gunhilder's Blade relic, in the background of the Memoria Misera, I would say that they use the same chambered system. I'll have you know that every time I pick up a new class job, I went straight to the Hall of the Novice. Well, hey, power to you. The armor you get from Hall of the Novice is kind of decent, not bad for glam. Yes, it's equivalent dungeon, get your few. I finished AR patch 2.5 after clearing Gunbreaker. I wanted to finish all the jobs first before moving on to Heaven's Word. Yep, I think we've had some other people in the community who have done that. Miko Gengoose. Okay. There was an old game where you had to pile up bodies to reach the exit. Apparently, the etymology of gun RL comes from the Scandinavian, a pair of words meaning war, gun. A word meaning war, gun, and hilder. Ah, interesting, Tam. Interesting. From Yiddish English, gun, gone from Lady Gunilda, a huge crossbow with a powerful shot, with the second part of the term being an Old Norse origin. It later used to denote firearms, the name. Interesting, guys. The Katana Ravel could drop the Ravel's keeper hand gone. Oh! Was that a gun blade, or was that actually a gun? Oh, Black Flame. Good to see you, to have you. Grab you. Okie doke.
It pains me to say this, but we have reached a stalemate on the Bozjan southern front. The 4th Imperial Legion seems to content to play the waiting game, perhaps to conserve their strength until the reinforcements arrive. We must act before their ranks are replenished. There is much we wish to discuss with you, though I dare say Basiljan and I could explain it. Basiljan could explain it better than I.
Again, anyone is welcome to join.
Allow me to cut straight to the heart of our troubles. Though we were forced to abandon the castrum, it was our hope that Misaja's display of force there was no more than an act of desperation to buy them time. But since then, Queen Gunhilder has been quick to join the fray. Each time we engaged their forces, leaving us little choice but to retreat. We've sustained heavy casualties. Many of those not slain outright have been made slaves to Misaja's will.
You're welcome to be morbid if you have an interesting thought, Catherine.
I fear she could not defeat our forces utterly if she so chose. Our Dalmascan allies, however, have information to the contrary. To put it plainly, we believe the 4th Imperial Legion has all but exhausted its resources. In the wake of the Empire of Eris's death, the War of Succession has brought the whole of Garlemald to the brink.
Interesting, you see.
As for Gabranth, he has refused orders to return to the capital. Apparently he harbors dream of building some new nation on the ruins of Dalmasca. He may have have played the loyal servant to Solus, but there was no love lost between him and Varys. It seems his allegiance to Garlemald died with the Emperor. If what you say is true, cutting ties with Garlemald has deprived his forces of any troops or supplies they would otherwise have received. Lord Yin was quick to reach the same conclusion and ordered an assault on the 4th Imperial Legion. That would explain why our reinforcements from Garant have yet to reach the Bozjan southern front. Exactly. Even as we speak, allies from both Dalmasca and Naksha endeavor to halt their advance. Nevertheless, our foes on the Bozjan front have Gunhilder's blade at their command, giving them the upper hand. Would that there were a way to free them from Misaja's control. I discussed this at length with Mrs. Cryle, but I'm afraid the cure for the condition yet eludes us. If only I hadn't been captured by Misaja, none of this would have happened. The fault lies with me. I am the one who failed to see through her deceit. You are not to blame for any of this.
Aye, no use mooning about feeling sorry for yourself. Next you'll be saying we should never reforge the blades of Gunhilder. Commander, we've received words of another summoning.
Mikoto, wait! Where are you going?
It must be the summonings. But what can we think about that? But we can think about that later. Please, Elio, you gotta stop her.
I'm on it. Just leave it to me. Marsak, you look after her too.
So is it true? Broadly, yes. Though it's never been made explicit in what ways. Just one moment. Boo Boo was wired last night and decided I should get up and play with him, so I've gotten all an hour of sleep. Oh, Kathra, I'm sorry. Oof, that's rough. So, for...
I mean, honestly, 4 should be 12, really. 12, there's interesting parallels between Xenos and Vayne, Solidor, and also just, like, the general, like, gist of Alamigo and the, like, conquering of Alamigo and how that's kind of like Rabanastre and Dalmasca in 12. 7, you have 7 because the Meteor Project and, you know, Dalamud and all how that's linked up with Meteor, but then 7 you have again because the weapons are from Final Fantasy 7. 3, I don't have anything off the top of my head in terms of what 3 is exactly a parallel to. 1, I don't have an exact parallel to. 6 has Van Hydrus, Regula, and that he's kind of has some similar stuff from 6. And also the Warring Triad, obviously, he's dealing with that. Have we missed it? 8, not accounted for. 9, not accounted for. 10, they referenced 10, I think, was in Corvos during its uprising. 14 is Gaius is the main villain of 14, like the original to 14, so that's why the 14th Legion is 14, you know. Okay. Let's throw up a ready check. And if you would like to join us, feel free to do so. We're going to be doing Deliberate Reginate a bit here. Rachel, good to see you. Glad to have you. Light, good to see you. Glad to have you. So yeah, lady, for the most part, it's true that you can argue about why. It's never been, like, explicitly stated to be the case. By like, or explicitly say what are the cases, as far as I know. There may be a Japanese-only interview or an interview from, like, 10 years ago with Koji where he points that out or something, but as far as I know. If the queen were to appear, we would only be a burden. You must go on without us. Noah's literally a Judge Begrom from 12 reimagined as Legatus. Right, but he's the 4th Legion. So that's why my point is, like, what connects into 4 in specific. Well, Light, you might if you're gonna be at work for, like, you're gonna be home, like, within an hour. Sweet. I don't know why I had so much metal, but dope. Don't forget to equip lost actions, especially when we're going into Deliberate Reginate. Do not forget to equip lost actions. Clicking as fast as I can. Actually, that's not very useful. Let's do. Those aren't super useful. Let's just do. Thank you, Bramble, for the ones you gave me yesterday. Ooh, yes, some essences. Dope. Okay, that's gonna be nice. Okay, now let's equip some stuff. Definitely want some essences. Like, do I have any essences that I have more than one of? No, but I'll save that for... Lost Arise, that could be useful. Yeah, that's good enough for now. Oh, actually, I can bring a different one of you. Aether Weave. Oh, no, I can't use that. Martialist I can use, though. I will use that. And then I will... Cool. Sweet. Oakley dokley then. From there, where's the quest? Okay, quest is up north. God, that silky mount. Should be Olana's.
So Mario, good to glad to have you. You get like 12 more billion metal from Cash from Lackland, and the Bosnian Avengers, probably where it came from. Oh, here, you guys are talking about something. Glad we never got more than 14 Imperial Legions. I mean, I don't know that I would say glad. I mean, it's just, at some point, there's just the amount of people that they have, and that's divisible. But, like, seeing as each one is trying to match a Final Fantasy game, it makes sense. If they wanted to make, like, a 15th or 16th Legion now retroactively to, like, match up with 15 or 16, they can if they want to. Though they would kind of have to be, like, the reascent. They would kind of have to be, like, okay, now we're the remaining factions of uniting as the revived 15th Legion of Garlemald or something.
Wouldn't she have had to be flown out here? How did she get out here with, like, no one saying anything?
Use a confirm button to speed it up. Yeah, I can take 10-minute breaks and I wish I was at work. I can take a 10-minute break in an hour and be online. I mean, yeah, if you can make it work, I would love to have any of you. Will you be doing Party Finder? I find Deliberate goes slow with a lot of people. No, Deliberate goes I found it goes very fast with just 8 people. You just have to have everybody using lost actions. The thing is that the more people you have, the more it kind of balances out for not using lost actions and not coordinating. But if you're coordinated, only having 8 people is completely fine. Funny how much faster it is you do these things on controller, yeah. In Boggamon's hallucinations, he saw Garanth using his iconic battle stamps with 2 elegant blades. When did Boggamon... Which hallucination? The one... Was there one at the top of the tower? At the top of Ridorano Lighthouse? They do. Thank you. I assume it's Landis fighting style? Probably. That would make the most sense. That would be the assumption. Also, but it's not that bad if everyone comes in pure essence as you like. Yeah, exactly. Samario's got it. Are there any must-have lost actions for Dilton Regine? Asking as someone who is about to start farming it for armor. There's some that are very useful, like essences are very useful, if anyone has experiences. The other thing is that you could go on certain discords or certain places have guides. That. I don't even know how that happened, Raven, but that is impressive.
This is a good example of part of why I don't like Misaja, right?
Lowborn traitor. Don't, Voran! You'll only provoke her. How the tables have turned. Now, hold still. This won't hurt a bit. Wait! Please, don't!
It's not enough to steal their free will. She fucking delights in it.
Something wrong, Misaja. You spared 2 of your captives.
And then she does shit like this. Sure. Yeah, I'll definitely be calling it out on stream. Unless you mean somewhere else.
Do it.
Fucking has him kill his own friends. Again, it's not... I have no problem writing... I just want to point all these things out because my problem is not making Misaja a terrible person.
That's not my criticism. That it would not be a fair criticism because it's perfectly fine to have people be bad people as as characters.
Apologies, I seem to have misspoken. If you've come back to bark orders, don't bother. The next step in my plan has already been set in motion. Now if you'll excuse me. I certainly hope she knows what she's doing. That icon of hers is all we have left to buy us time until reinforcements arrive. But what on earth could this new plan of hers be? Oh, I do so love a good scheme. Alas, I've been strictly forbidden from helping her.
Yeah, my problem is the game does not call her out, and instead, it not only does not call her out, like, not even calling her out would be one thing. But there are some lines later that are just gonna be wild.
Let us return to Gangus. I have seen more than enough.
Yep. Yes, we are on Crystal Curl. Yeah, Matsuno does like that shit. That happens in 12, too. Ray, are you here? Or V, are you here? Can you make a note, Mikoto time travel for time travel vid? Nice episode. Okay, Ray. Thank you very much. I also don't feel bad about like making this in the MSQ game because like if we ever do have any expansion that does go to Dalmasca, Le Monde, Valnain, any of that stuff, having this information I do feel is a fundamental import. I don't know how they're going to deal with that though because like it doesn't seem like they're teaming back up with Matsuno anytime soon. They did just skip an entire expansion with him, so... You're not wrong, Cathra. I feel like that's not the point, but you're not wrong.
Not another step. We have you surrounded.
This is a fucking long vision. Also, it literally could have just cut to this. I mean, I feel like it can't because we have to see her go in because that's how we're gonna figure out where to go, but also...
It's over, Misaja. We know full well the crystal's power is spent.
Oh yeah, primals aren't gonna go just disappear. They're still a fundamental problem. And the other thing is that like tempering is still dangerous because even if you can potentially fix tempering, the time in which people were tempered has to be removed, and that could be a lot of memories forgotten. But more than that, if their physical body is corrupted, it's too late anyways.
Another fission. Did you see it too? Come, Elio. We must inform the others.
I would not have any expectation that primals are going to stop being a thing whatsoever. Oh, I gotta go back to Gangus. I don't think it's gonna kick you guys, but feel free to do whatever you guys want to do. Yeah, no worries, Black Flame. Although in the future, yeah, you don't have to worry about dropping party. But I appreciate you being mindful. Oh, everyone's heading out? Okay, cool. I don't know, but free fruit sounds pretty good. Yeah. Definitely. I know, but Final Fantasy makes a habit of making its villains look nice. They definitely do that. If only to keep the bad relevant. Primals continue a thing, if only to keep the bad relevant. I'm not sure I understand exactly what your point is, lady, but definitely would love to know.
Now that the Blade of Eorzean has arrived, would you care to elucidate your findings, Mikoto? To speak plainly, I believe the apparition summoned at Castrum Lacus the Tori and again on the Southern Front is not what we would call an icon or a primal. Not in the strictest sense of the term.
I love there's more examples of icons that break the rules rather than follow them. To be fair, they still all operate under established, like, systems, so it's not like they're, like, just breaking rules, but, like, people have, like, a very specific understanding of Primal and repeatedly again, like, every example after the first 3 is in some way a recontextualization of the limitations of what we understand Primals to be. Leviathan, that's true. With the priest. Ramu, that's true with his cognizance. Shiva, that's true because of Ysael being able to internalize it. Okay, no, like Bismarck and Ravana are pretty straightforward. Thoradin kind of is still in the same ball game. Susano is because of how he comes from objects, and faith in objects. Shinryu because of the resonance of the fusing is. Sri Lakshmi's pretty straightforward. There aren't Warrior of Light obviously is kind of, I mean, honestly it's the same concept as Shiva, really. Yeah.
The hells are you talking about, lass? I heard me fair share of tales about primals. What you told me of the Queen Gunhilder fits the description into the bloody tea. According to our records, Queen Gunhilder wielded the power of the blade, not to summon a god, but to become one, that she could protect our people.
So she made herself a vessel for its power, then. Misaja claimed that after the fourth thermal calamity was averted, the queen was able to return to her mortal form.
The fourth thermal calamity... Wait. Misa claimed that after the fourth thermal calamity was averted. I guess she just kind of saved them from the earthquake? Interesting. That line's gonna have to look back.
Tales passed down through the ages state much the same. It appears Queen Gunhilder was able to call upon its power at will. Then that would mean that the living vessel is required to wield the blade's true power. But that does not explain why it is instead manifested in the form of Queen Gunhilder.
I'm just gonna read all that real quick. Misaja claimed that after the fourth thermal calamity was averted, I'm assuming they mean they protected Bozja from it. Tales passed down through the ages state much the same. It appears Queen Gunhilder is able to call upon its power at will. Huh. Yes, fourth thermal calamity is the one that made the massive... No, I understand what the fourth thermal calamity is, AC. I've written a lot about that. What I'm confused by is the saying was averted. Because what are they saying that it was because when you say the calamity was averted, historically that just means prevented from happening. However, what that could mean here is that Bozja was protected from the earthquakes. However, that's confusing with what happened to Zadnor. However, it also kind of makes sense if Zadnor was not protected. But then compare that in contrast to there would have been an umbral calamity between Bozja and Alag if it had been let to come pass. That's what my point is. Then that's what I mean a living vessel is required to wield the blade's true power. But that does not explain why it has been instead manifested in the form of Queen Gunhilder.
Based on our experiences in the Castrum, and what we observed on the southern front, I believe the blade was imbued with the Queen's memories in the form of Aether at the moment of her death, and that the crystal focus was used to draw them out. Does that not sound familiar, Elio? Aether absorbed into a vessel, and thereafter used to call forth unspeakable monstrosities.
Like Orosite, like the Lucavi, like the... Yeah. It's just a form of Orosite.
Like the Lucavi. Precisely. It's a phenomenon quite similar to the Orosite we discovered in Rabanastre. As you may recall, Argath Thadolphus harbored a burning desire to rule, which was made manifest in the ruins of Lysalia. Aye, it was the same for my brother Bargamon. His guilt over the death of the prince and the princess served as a catalyst for his own grisly transformation.
Is this a JoJo reference? Is what a JoJo reference? The idea of Orosite and the idea of having some sort of entity behind you with power coming from an object, it did not originate with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
I see. From what we have learned of the Holy Blade thus far, it has as much in common with Orosite. This is merely conjecture, but I suspect that Save the Queen was actually crafted from Orosite and altered to amplify the desires of whoever wields it. But who would be capable of such a feat?
The Alligans.
I cannot say with any certainty, but together with the crystal foci, it is reminiscent of an ancient Alligan technology. How it found its way into the hands of Bozja is anyone's guess. So someone had a point about Eureka, but like the foci and the weapon is not quite that similar to, isn't really that similar to Eureka. I mean, honestly, it's more similar to the Crystal Tower in essence. Because like the thing is, like Eureka is just a primal in and of itself, and its weapon's an extension of it.
Now hold on to bleed a minute. Let me see if I'm understanding this right. You're saying that the thing you saw in the castrum weren't no primal, but a mere sliver of the Queen's aether, what was left over in the blade.
It seems like that, but on the other hand, Mitsuja can keep conjuring up as many times as she wants.
That doesn't explain how it can temper. Considering what it was designed for, that shade of the Queen is the least of our worries.
Inside Mitsuja's ultimate goal is likely to become a vessel for the blade's power, much like the Queen did to avert the Fourth Umbral Calamity.
See, they keep saying avert the Fourth Umbral Calamity rather than fight against Bozja, which is interesting. So I assume that I just missed a line that was talking about the Queen, unless, oh my god, I better not fucking be in the notes. It better not be in the notes. FFXIV collect. It better not be in the goddamn notes. I'm gonna be so mad if that information was in the notes. Gunhildr the First. In the days of yore, civil wars raged amongst the races of Bozja. This bloody, protracted struggle was at long last brought to an end when the land was united under the rule of a single queen, Gunhildr. Gunhildr was the name and title given to the first monarch, and one all those who followed her would inherit. The queens of Bozja were not chosen from families of illustrious lineage, but rather from among the shamans who communed with the ancient gods. Only those deemed most favored by the gods, as manifested in their ability to read the stars, were chosen for the role. Regardless of race or heritage, though the vast majority of the Bosnian queens were Hrothgar, this was merely a matter of mathematics, as Hrothgar boasted the largest population of the land's many races. When the ancient Alag's hubris brought the Fourth Umbral Calamity upon the land, and nobles and oracles who made up Gunhildr's blade, the de facto ruling party of Bozja sought to unleash the power of the legendary Save the Queen, that their nation might be spared the catastrophe. Yet Gunhildr herself, wounded in battle against the Algans, and deathly fearful of forever losing her humanity, resisted. Sensing opportunity, the blade contrived a plan to protect their position by instilling a minor shrine maiden of the Vosyach tribe as queen, in hopes that the power of the blade would claim her own life. And yet the queen, deemed disposable, turned out to be anything but, wielding the blade to deliver salvation to her homeland and thence being transformed into a veritable god, possessed of immeasurable power and a heart both pure and free. She struck profound fear into the hearts of those who had sought to manipulate her, and for this she was assassinated by the very blades who had orchestrated her ascendancy in the first place. And yet, though her tragic life was brought to a premature end, her soul would live on in the form of aether that inhabits the blade, a secret which the charlatans who betrayed her would realize all too late. Okay, I'm hoping I just somehow managed to miss that in the dialogue before, because literally the only thing they specified was fighting Alag and not the prevention of the Umbral Calamity. I really, really hope I'm just dense rather than feeling like, because if I'm right, they literally, the only way that this knowledge that was stated literally here could have been known is if you had the note. Ugh. I think this is JoJo references a meme, yeah. A bit of both. I'm not a fan of Garlean armor, period. Only the Cape Westwind guy. Ratatan looks good to me. Ratan's armor? That's so funny, because Ratan's armor is, like, weirdly proportioned. No, the EX Varus fight story from Minstrels is a J. Jojo Bizarre. Decoy's right, isn't he? Yeah. AC, I don't need you to explain that to me. Thank you. I guess, like, to me, a stand user is not just having an entity behind you with power, but...
With apt preparation, Elio could likely vanquish the shade of the Queen Gunhilder. But if Misuja succeeded in bringing the full power of the blade to bear...
Are you suggesting that there's a chance he could lose? Impossible! Why, I can't even count the number of stories I heard of Elio's god-slaying adventures. What's one more notch on his belt?
I mean, if you defeat Algans, you are more likely to reduce the amount of calamities. But that's not what's being said. What's being said explicitly is that the reason they chose the Shrine Maiden was so that she could avert the destruction being caused by the fourth Emerald Calamity when the Crystal Tower was sinking beneath the ground, and what an ally would have already been falling. Whereas the other primary contextual information that was not within that note that was told to us earlier was just about fighting Allag.
I would rather not come to that. Thankfully, Misuja has yet to find a store of crystals suitable for her plans, and I doubt she will, for the time being at least. If the blade was designed in like manner to the crystal foci, we must act now, while there's still time.
New entry's been added to the field record. It's funny, now I see any character that looks kind of like Comet, and I just assume it's Ray Ray. I know, wrong hair and all the details. Color, or at least color was different. If Misuja yet lacks what is required to fulfill her plans, then we must either wrest the blade from her grasp or destroy it. Should the situation call for it, we may need to cut her down in the process. I feel like there should be no hesitation about cutting her down after not only what she's done, but also the danger she poses. Like, there's been no impression that, like, Misuja is in any way repentant or desirous. Yeah.
What if we were able to take both Misuja and the blade into our custody without conflict?
I mean, if we could, awesome. Oh my god, Samaria, that's you. Oh my god.
As I understand it, there have been markedly fewer sightings of the Queen's apparition, correct?
Yes, and with good reason. With no means of combating such a foe, our troops have barely set foot outside of our encampments.
I believe that Misuja has her own reasons for making only sporadic appearances. She must use the crystal focus to conjure Queen Gunhilder, and therein lies the rub, for it reserves of aether are not without limitation.
Then perhaps she fears the crystal focus near its exhaustion. But what prevents her from simply restoring its aether and resuming her assault?
Well, it just so happens that the crystal focus requires aether of a very specific sort. We were only able to find one source, and that's still depleted from when we used it. Before we returned, Elio and I chanced to spy Misuja commanding Queen Gunhilder to enslave a group of soldiers, but the apparition vanished after turning only one of them. I suspect the crystal lacked the energies necessary to complete the task.
That's all well and good, lass. But Misuja and I ain't no fool. Until she figures out how to get the crystal focus working again, she won't be showing her face again.
She will. At least, I think she will. Elio and I shared another vision of the future.
We saw her going into some sort of ancient catacomb over in the Bosnian southern front. Heading to the ruins in the midst of a storm. But what for?
All good.
Well, looks like that part of the vision is already coming true. Thunderclouds are gathering above the southern front, and a nasty downpour won't be far behind.
Then we must make ready before the rain comes in earnest. Marsak, ready the men.
Do a super chat. Make Elio say rude shit in a silly voice because it makes the poor happy. And I will go get the brain a little bit.
I understand your trepidation, Mikoto, but you must have faith in your gift. We will stop Misuja. I promise you that.
It was not by Elio's hand alone that we survived our ordeal in Rabanastre. Lest you forget, we each have our part to play, and yours is no less important than any others.
Spiking a witch. You better join the others and set out for the rain comes.
Yes, of course.
That's also why I send friend requests out to everyone, Samario, so that way it's easy to see who's who, because y'all have orange names. We already have Jericho. We got Jericho in. And then I did just, right? Yeah, okay. Flame, are you in?
Everything appears to be in order. Are you ready, Elio?
Artemis, good to see you. Glad to have you. You are returned. I'm gonna. You're not in Genghis. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter because I'm gonna have to do this duty solo, anyways. Okay, I'm gonna leave real quick because I gotta. And then we got DB after this. Yeah. Usually it's a solo. Yeah. Alternative to a playtime. Make your question, your life choices. I don't even want to think about that. Good to see you. Glad to have you, Artemis, and welcome back, Black Flame. They're not really going to show this again, right? 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 Okay. We just watched this. Hot damn. Mine on Elio has to be at least whatever, like 4 times 90 would be. So like 360. 360 hours at least. Not another step. We have you surrounded. Truly villainous, Infinite. Thank you, Tam. That's a certain amount of time, Tam. That's for sure. How long have you been playing, though, Tam? It's over, Misaja. We know full well the crystal's power is spent. After her. A trap. Come out, Mikoto. I know you're here. How the fuck would she know that your vision would activate, though?
You thought your own visions of the future would offer an advantage, but you are not the only one possessed of such gifts. Not any longer.
The resonant machine.
A scholar you may be, but you are a fool to come here. Your precious knowledge will avail you not against the kiss of cold steel. Do not be unnerved. Without the queen to aid them, victory may yet be ours. Be yours. To arms!
Yeah, you did, Tam. I remember you telling me about this in the past. Yep. Come back. You definitely told me about.
What the heck is this Macross nonsense? Take no prisoners. I want them all dead. For Bozja! Yield and we may show you mercy. Never! You brought this on yourselves! I will end you! You won't find mercy here. An admirable effort, Bozja, I'll give you that. But futile nonetheless. Ready the Delta armor! New Magitech armor. Where did they find the time to... No matter. We've come too far to retreat now. We must divide and conquer. Blade Forturant, I will draw this one's attention. I will see to Misaja. The remaining magic armor is yours.
I don't know how she thinks she's gonna fight Misaja. I mean, I guess she's prepared now, so. For those of you who haven't done Deliberate in a long time or have not done it, who are going to be joining us, I would recommend just look real quick, looking back up some of the any of the fights you don't remember. Dope. Okay, V. I believe I've shared. So you leaped at Misuja fast and hit her before she got her shot in on you. Yeah, but there wasn't someone at stake in that moment. Right, like that's not, the component is not whether or not we could have possibly have done it, it's what you risked.
Well, have you broken the lock yet?
Yes, ma'am. Opening it now.
The Delibrum Reginae, the Queen's Temple.
We just don't have unlimited time, so it's really important that we don't wipe. If it goes a bit slow, that's fine, but...
I hope you don't mind me butting in. Rustic, what are you doing here? I couldn't let you all out have all of the fun.
Another one coming crawling out of the woodwork.
Gunhilda's blades to me! You are to protect the blade with your lives, in the name of the Queen!
Where are they going?
Go on ahead. Leave their toys to us. We'll be right behind you. Now go. Mikoto needs you.
Delibrum Reginae, now accessible. Delibrum.
Has anyone figured out what the title of this episode, the stream is called? Wait, are you ever able to go in here, just here, not in Reginae again? I bet you can enter in once. Well, if not, I'm gonna be having Ray. I may have you.
If only I remembered what Misuja did to me. I recall a strange device and being tied down, but sadly the rest is hazy. That she would go to such lengths to lay claim to these ruins can only mean one thing. A store of crystals with the capacity of power to save the queen must lie within. Please, you must stop her. If she should bring the blade's full might to bear, all hope is lost.
What is Delibrum Reginae exactly? Oh, there's not lore. It's just... joke title. Yeah, good job, Rebel. Okay. I'm ready if you want to invite. Be kind of funny if someone copied our Echo, found out we have the least flashy Echo, still one of the strongest with the Butcher's Blade versus Swiss Army Knife. Yeah. I mean, she was already shot Elio like a few times. What if like reduced bullet damage compared to Mikoto? Yeah, well, and also like armor and also ethereal being able to block, you know, all sorts of things. You know, did that sort of happen with Fordola? Yeah. Okay, maybe she's not a non-combatant, just was very unprepared. Yeah, I did DR so many times. I mean, I haven't done it in a while. Okay, remember the only part where the tank pops invul and sprints to explode traps. Throw 4 complete blade relics on the table and cries in pure essence drain. At least right now I can talk to the scouts. Okay, interesting that both she and Emmett and Varys use the same model of revolver that drops from Google Library and is called Pre-Imperial Garlean Revolver. No need to improve over perfection, I guess. Yeah. And also it may just be that, like, Emmett used it and it was his symbol of office, and so it became Varys' symbol of office, too. Okay, don't forget, get your caches. For everyone who's joining, please remember, you want to bring an essence that you can use. It will give you a huge buff. If you are not bringing lost actions, you are effectively trolling everyone, and not in a fun way. Because these are just a straight big boon for a lot of you. Okay, Althea's here. I'm gonna do a ready check. Althea, good to see you. Glad to have you. It's a placeholder title, isn't it? No, it's not. I mean, because it's Delibrum Reginae is Latin for the Queen's Temple. So the title is just joke title, but in Latin. We're not meeting up at the tea tree. We're meeting at Gangoose. So everyone who wants to come, you want to go to Gangoose. And you want to prepare to sign up for Delibrum Reginae. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to this guy, and you're gonna talk to him. You're gonna click on Delibrum Reginae, and you're gonna sign up for it. Even if we're not in a party, we still should be able to get. Oh, actually, we could probably do a party finder, can't we? Locus. Here, let's do. Is it classified under a raid? What the fuck is it classified under? Field operations? Yeah, okay, field operations. Why can I not recruit members? That's weird. Okay, well that's not working, so we're just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. I'm gonna talk to this guy quick. If you meant to enter the ruins, I will guide you to the entrance, but I've been ordered to go no further. Okay, so that's what that guy is. V, it's a 48-man dungeon. It can scale anywhere from 8 to 48. Actually, it can scale from 1 to 48. And I realized the resonance machine could be copied a specific echo. And misremembering the crowd was the base for both Fordola and Xenos. I just figured Fordola was weaker as a trial run. Yeah, what the resonance machine... Then would you need to select the alliance raid option? Here, we'll try that. Because it's not it's not an alliance raid. It's a field operation. But that is, you're right. Okay, now I see. You're right. Yeah, that is what it needed to do. Then why does it even allow you to put it in? That's frustrating. That's frustrating. V, you're totally right. Okay, recruit member. Okay, if you'd like to join us, we are in Party Finder. We should be under private. And it'll be the Delibrum Reginae, and the password is 6969. I'm going to throw it in 6969. I'm going to give it a second before I hop in, but then we're going to sign up. Can you actually do it with one? You can. It's a nightmare, but you can. But yeah, so the way the resonance machine works is it basically takes takes a soul and makes like a template out of it, and then forces the other person's soul through that template. It's weird. It just copies the etheric signature of a soul in terms of what the echo's capabilities are, and not like all the other stuff. Yeah, you shouldn't do it solo. It's not fun. It takes forever, and it's very hard, but you can. Crowd was put into a container with template written on it, similar if I remember correctly. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, guys. Okay, we're going to do a ready check. We're going in. Tam, can I get it ready up? Does it mean we're doing it only with our 10-ish people, or will it match? Or I feel like I guess no. So it can be anywhere between 1 and 48, and the content scales based on how many people go in. Okay, I'm going in anyways. If you guys don't ready up, then I have to kick. Okay. Ending. Wait, what? Okay. We're gonna have to just do the 8, because if you do it with if you do it with the Alliance raid, it makes it so that it won't, it won't take you. Here I'm coming. It won't take it unless you've got a full party. So but just as long as you guys sign up, we'll get in the same one. So if you are joining in, you just have to join. You just have to go talk to Sageros and sign up. That's all you have to do. So I'm gonna start doing that. I'm gonna at the time right now is 4:53. At 4:54, I'm gonna sign up. Stay basic. Good to see you. Glad to have ya. Try to snipe through the queue. Yeah, I think you'll definitely get in. There's no way that there are enough people that we're gonna get a full thing otherwise. Did I get everybody? Yeah, Amy. Okay, cool. We got you, Samario. So you need a full 48. Yes. Okay, signing up. One of you guys does not meet the requirement. V, if you're on a 70, you need to be, I think, try being on an 80. Yep, that was it. Cool. If you're wanting to join, go talk to Sejuros and do form party. And just, like, go to him and just sign up for the reg name. Cool. And now we wait a second. Let me go get the boy in the meantime. So how this works is it tries to match us up to get us into a large party, but after a couple minutes, if it says like, oh, no one else is joining, it just throws the group we have in. Yeah, so we got 10 minutes or so. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read some of the notes in the meantime, but I'm gonna give this boy a good hug. You're a good boy. Can you get the people a wave? Yeah, you want another one? Also, I'm starting to sew on the Kryl ears and little bits and bobs of his outfit. So the Kryl outfit will be Monday next week. We're trying to do this with Oblivion for the first time, and we got a party of 4 people. Yeah, 4, if you have a party of 4, it's hard. 6 is not great. 8 actually is totally fine. As long as people are using lost actions and know what they're doing, 8 is not a problem whatsoever. Yeah, 4+ can get in after 10. I've gotten in after 10 minutes on with 2. Yeah. Also, speaking of Bozja and Garlean Glamlas, on orders retroactively was made a Legatus armor, so there's that. Is retroactively was made a I don't think it was retroactively, because they did the Gabrant stuff. Unless you mean, like, the Gabrant stuff was... I'm just also speaking of Bozja and Garlean Glam. Law's order is retroactively was made into Legatus armor. I don't think it was... I think it was always stated as such. I mean, it's a 12 reference, but, like, it has... I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Here, you'll let me know if I'm sure. Want to see Scantily Clad Archivist? Well, we don't have those yet, but send them for our Patreon. Anyways, it goes a long way towards supporting us and making this whole thing a lot more viable and sustainable. Dude on a train. His armor. Dude on a train. Dude on a train. After some trying and retrying, we got a party of 6 and took an hour and a half to beat the dungeon. Yeah, that can happen. Dublin Reginate is super fun. Yes, it is. I think it's fun. As long as it's scaled correctly. If it's not scaled correctly, it kind of is a bummer. Let us, in the meantime, read some notes. Okay. Where did we stop off last time? So if you guys remember, Bozja Marsak, those are the two guys we've been spending time with this whole time. Zevin was the black mage, Isolde was the bow girl, Stanik was the paladin guy, and those three kind of hung out together and were a group. Then there was Blaz as Tina, Velbor as Tina, who were like first and or second cousins, and Blaz was the samurai, studied in the Verdant Path. Velbor was the Dark Knight, great sword wielder. Also studied the Verdant Path. Aggie, she was the monk. She was very loving and like loved and was like, you know, the jokester and how, you know, was kind to everyone. So those were some of the Queen's Blades that we met so far. Those are all warriors we fought. Let's see if there's anything. Misaja. Did also just get Lilja. We read the Queens. Let's do Misajas. A Kofur operative of the 4th Imperial Legion charged with infiltrating the Bozjan resistance. Like so many others, Misaja grew up in one of the Bozjan's sprawling slums. Owing to an Imperial initiative, she was afforded the chance to receive an education, and through hard work won a scholarship to attend the Imperial capital's most prestigious institution. There she studied in the fields such as folklore and archaeology, and attained conversance in Bozjan history and culture, knowledge which serves her well in her mission for the 4th. It was none other than Misaja who proposed to the resistance the idea to reforge the blades of Gunhildr as a means to resurrect the primal save the queen. All in the interest of her legion, whose ends she serves absolutely. Her loyalty can be attributed to two factors, the first being rooted in a deep-seated inequality that pervades Bozjan society. Since the days of old, the ruling nobles and merchant families of Bozja have held the lion's share of the nation's wealth. A Garlean census conducted following annexation, revealing that 7 out of 10 earned less than half the average income, while 1 in 3 lived in squalor. The situation improved somewhat when Bozja became an imperial province, but homeless children remained a common sight in the major cities, and Misaja was but one of many begrimed faces amongst them. As a young girl, she survived by selling what scraps she could, salvaged from waste heaps, but many were the days with no food past her lips, and hunger was a constant companion. It seemed as though this harsh life must continue forever. When salvation came in the form of an imperial initiative, a welfare body was established to rescue homeless children, and it proceeded to take them off the streets and place them into institutional care. Yet resources were stretched thin, and more often than not, those in need were left to fend for themselves due to not save the whim of gods. Misaja was one of the lucky ones, and she did not waste the opportunity given to her. Yet despite her many remarkable achievements, she faced discrimination from the Bozjan upper class, who continued to regard the poor as little more than vermin. Nigh daily she was subjected to injustice and indignities, each occasion further stoking the fire of hatred she harbored for her betters. Her grievance towards her homeland did not end there. Though few are privy to this fact, Misaja is descended from the last Queen Gunhildr, and the knowledge that her noble ancestor was betrayed by her own protectors is a source of great bitterness for her. All this served to deprive her of any sense of allegiance for Bozja, and she would instead pledge herself to the 4th. Since the time of the previous legatus, it has been the Legion's creed to welcome all regardless of such things as race, faith, gender, and birth. What counted is one's ability and loyalty, both of which Misaja possesses in abundance. Given her troubled past, it is of little wonder that she would find a home in the 4th Legion, and there is no telling how far she will go to achieve her goals. So I want to be very clear. Misaja choosing to side with the 4th actually makes a lot of sense. Like, I don't have any problem with, like, her rationale there. What I have a problem with is the level to which she is treated as cruel, and then it's basically treated as nothing, like, just a slightly wayward daughter of Bozja. And it's like, no. Like, she's truly cruel to... And there, when we go into the Liberation, I'm going to point something out that's also going to be more to that point. So these are some of the people you fought in the skirmishes. So Lofi Pure Podius the First, you fight her in one of the skirmishes. A former member of the 4th Imperial Legion, Mage Detachment, Lullafi is guilty of one of the gravest crimes an Imperial soldier can commit, desertion during combat. This she did in order to... This she did in order to free a Monosaurus, a creature of great worth to her unit. At the cost of all that she achieved in the Legion. And on pain of death, such a brazen act may seem irrational to her comrades, but to the young Mikote, it was perhaps the most irrational decision of her life. Owing to the inability of native Garleans to wield magic, the Emperor seldom incorporates the use of spellcraft in their military. But when they do, as is the case with the 4th, they take the meticulous scientific approach, employing various creatures from wild animals to void scent as test subjects. Imperial mages study the magical arts of faraway lands and adapt them for use by people who possess limited affinity with magics. As a talented summoner, Lofi was charged with this task.
With her abundant reservoirs of aether and precise touch and spellcrafting, Lofi was far ahead of her class at the military academy. Upon graduation, she enlisted in the 4th Imperial Legion, where she completed a grueling initiation to earn a place in the mage detachment led by Sadir Rem Albaleo, who, if you remember earlier, was the guy who turned into the Aldramech. Yet, though initially filled with pride, she could come to be racked by disillusionment in Bozja, where she was confronted with the cruel treatment that was forced upon test subjects. One subject placed in Lofi's care was a Monosaurus, a rare majestic beast, literally a unicorn. Monosaurus. A rare majestic beast with the power to vanquish undead beings. Despite her railing conscience, she bit her lip and dutifully conducted experiment after experiment upon the wretched creature, but her blood froze in her veins when she received the parchment bearing her next instructions and read the word vivisection. It was then that she came to a gut-wrenching realization. The spells she helped to create are born of suffering, burning with guilt and regret. When Mikote made her choice, she would set the Monosaurus free, and herself free. So that's Sadir Rem Albaleo. Pilus Prior of the 4th Imperial Legion, Sadir Rem Albaleo serves under Menianus Sas Lanitus in the Legion's Bozjan subjugation force. A mage of surpassing skill, he particularly favors the lost and forbidden arts of ages past, incantations which he is known to practice on his prisoners of war, often with expected grisly and gruesome results. The other lack of care he displays for any mortal life has earned him the fear of friend and foe alike. Once a member in good standing of the Uldahl Thaumaturge's Guild, he was swiftly expelled by Mumuepo. He was expelled by Mumuepo? Well, that's fucking telling. When the guildmaster observed the young mage's penchant for acts of unspeakable cruelty, chased from the Sultanate by an angry mob. Oh! And we're in. First Legion is straight up Law and Order set of striking. Yeah, but the Law and Order set was already referenced as being based on Legion armor. Yes. Yeah, with like not just for Gilia, but like for Gillian stuff, but you're talking about Quintus. Yeah, now I understand. Oh, sorry, man. Extraordinary. To think such vast ruins could endure underground for all these years. I pray we can find Misuja before it's too late. How are we to pass? Again, don't forget to grab your deep essences. Make sure you pop your deep essences and all your different buffs. So Trinity Seeker, this guy, notice his weapons. He's got the katana blades, and he's also gonna have a great sword. She took the Gunhilder's blade and fused them into monsters. She didn't just temper them and take their own sanity and their sense of self. She turned them into monsters that we would have to kill just so she could do whatever she wanted. Is that? Heavens forfend. Careful, everyone. We are the blades of the verdant path, 3 who fight as one. All who trespass must be purged in the name of the Queen. The verdant path? Then this amalgamation of aether, I sense is... Oh no. Before our blades, you are as nothing. It's aether. But how could this be? It's too late for you.
See, now attacks like Verdant Tempest actually make me feel... That makes me sad.
We shall break you with fists of iron.
Remember, because the monk was their friend, so she fused her with them, too. So it's 3 different forms are the 3 different Gunhilder's blade. And once you mess up someone's bodily, like physical body, there's not a lot you can do to turn them back, change it back.
Yeah! You would forego our mercy, then suffer by our baleful blade. It is too late for you.
Whoops, I almost went to the wrong side. Remember, if you have a chain, it means you need to get far away from the person you're chained to. Until it breaks.
Submit that we might offer you a merciful end. Before our blades, you are as nothing.
Oh, this is the easy pattern. Oh, hell yeah, it's the easy pattern. We just go in a circle.
A futile endeavor.
Oh, I used that too early. That's fine.
We shall break you with fists of iron.
So there's 3 different forms. There's this greatsword form, there's the katana form, and there is the punching form. And you just have to pay attention to which one of those is up, and that's the abilities he's going to use.
There's no need to fear the inevitable.
Spread away from each other. Yeah. When he does that, look at the element he's attacking. You need to not be standing on it. It'll either be stone or stand. You need to be standing on. Most of the Liberum Reginae is about knowing where you're standing, effectively. You have to look at which sword is glowing, and that is the pattern. It's not always running in a circle. Sometimes it's swapping. Sometimes it's pausing. Okay. Althea, Amy, or Black Flame, when we get to the next boss, I need you to use open with Limit Break the Limit Break. Because someone needs to make sure to use LB.
I pray your spirits may find, at last find rest. I care not for this strange energy emanating from the floor.
Thank you for whoever's finding the mines. You are much appreciated. Thank you, Tam. Yeah, feel free to open with Limit Break whenever ready.
Have these creatures always lived down here, I wonder? I wish we did not have to fight, but I fear they leave us little choice.
Watch out for the tigers. Make sure you don't get knocked back into them. If you see me jumping up and down, run to me. It means I am telling you that you need to be near me. Keep moving. Keep moving. Those are going to come down all over the place. We're doing real good so far, guys. Keep it up. If you see him look like he's about to charge, it means he's about to charge. Mikoto, why are you just standing there in his fire, huh? Why are you playing it like that? Remember, that's knockback. You don't want to be knocked back. They always have a very limited number of abilities. So, like, once you pick up the pattern, you just gotta follow it. A lot of their attacks are not gonna have tells, though. You have to look for what their body language is. Good job. Personal spoils.
Well thought, Elio.
I'll wait for Tam, because I'm assuming Tam's resin right now. That's fine. I can use some Lost Holsters. Someone else has got Lost Protect, so I'll use Lost Swift. Thank you, Tam. Josh, your character looks just like what's his face from the from behind. Looked like what's his face from the Anima quest.
Let's see where this portal leads. This way.
You AC, don't do 2 players. Just trust me. Don't do it with 2 people. You need to do it with at least 6 and preferably with 8. I'm sure some people might be willing to join you after they finish with this one. You just are going to drive yourself crazy doing it with 2. It's just going to take you hours and you're going to fail the lockout.
It would seem they are intent on blocking our path.
You're doing great, guys. Keep it up.
Halt! By order of the Queen Gunhilda, the punishment for trespassing is death.
Are they too under the influence of the Save the Queen? I suppose we have no choice but to fight.
Weapons armed. You gotta look at the order that the turrets are aiming. It's gonna fire the ball through them. It's gonna get more complicated later. I'm scared to not play it overly safe just in case I lead someone else into their death.
In the name of the Queen. By this shield. Dash yourselves against me. I shall cleave you asunder.
Your demise is ordained. Do not be fooled by his illusion. Do not be fooled by his illusions. Look closely and you will see the true.
They're gonna start hopping around. They're gonna play freaking, you know, like the cup game for the Slice is Right.
I am all. I am none. Who am I? Those who play are already lost.
Here comes the fun one. Big first, but if it inverts it, it's small first. You have to pay attention. It can be the other way around. Reversal of forces. Get on small. Basically, light becomes heavy, heavy becomes light. That's what reversal of forces does. Now all together.
You shall perish long before our defenses are breached.
This is not but well, Elio. We have to stop them.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Yep. I accidentally got hit by that twice. That spawned at a really bad time. Fall back! Fall back! The queen cannot be left unguarded.
They've retreated. If they were placed here to protect save the queen, the Misaja must be ahead. Quickly.
I could use some recasting of buffs if anyone's got them. Thank you, Tam, for bringing this. I believe it's Tam, right? Yeah. Hey, it's Nybeth Obilord. Not actually, but...
Spirits, even in death, they're denied solace. Let us lay them to rest.
Can I get someone LBing? Big freaking axe, yeah.
Thanky, good to see you, glad to have you.
Who dares disturb our slumber? Okay, Cave of Wonders. Despair shall subsume those who disturb our rest.
Yeah, circle, you don't want to go to line with.
There is no leaving this place, mortals.
made that last one. Oh. Got doomed. If you are playing Red Mage or Healer. Oh, that's bullshit. I used arm's length and it went off to the cast time for that was just so long that it didn't even go. Or not, it didn't go, it ran out. The last possible second. I know how to do the mechanic. I just was way too far ahead. Sorry I made that such a rough run. At last, our souls may rest. Okay, for this next one, for those who don't know, there's going to be a fire and ice mechanic. You're going to get like either one fire or two fire or one ice or two ice. You need to balance what your heat is, basically. If you've got two ice, you want to be blasted by two fire. Oh, my bad. Wow, I just decided to walk into that. Have care where you step. I sense more foul magics nearby. A little late, Mikoto. A little late. Thank you for making up for me, guys. These stairs appear to be safe. So basically everything primarily revolves around that and dodging attacks. So just make sure that the number one thing you're doing is if you have like one fire, careful, there may be yet more traps here. If you have one fire, you want one ice. If you have one ice, you want one fire. Etc, etc. I'm just gonna keep re-emphasizing that. I believe the worst is past, though there's still no sign of Misuja. So, if you guys remember the paladin, if you remember the bow lady and the and Zivan, like the black mage guy, she fused them all together into one person. And this is not to undercut the seriousness of it, but seeing as there's like the one lady face and then there's two boobs and the boob faces have faces, I can't help but feel like she fused them. You know what? God damn it, Misuja. Another of the tempered blades. God, what has Misuja done? Okay, I'm gonna ready check. Remember, equalize your heats. You want to be at 0 heat one way or another. Death to those who dare defy the queen. So it is decreed. So it shall be. More souls made to thrall to Misuja and Queen Gunhildr. Why did it come to this? No matter the cost, you must be dealt with. So you can hear the different voices inside of her. A rune of ice and fire upon thee. Its magic to destabilize our thermologulatory. We must return our temperatures to normal.
Perhaps these ethereal agglomerations can help us. If you feel overly hot or cold, seek one whose temperature is opposing extremity.
Good job, guys.
I surrender now, and perhaps we will surrender now, and perhaps we will show mercy.
She's using the bow now.
The Queen's decree must needs be fulfilled. We will bathe this chamber in flames if we must.
Bathed in flame? Fall back, Elio. I have you now. The end is nigh. Like animals to the slaughter, we shall cut you down!
Stanek, the paladin, all he ever wanted to be was a hero. To help save his country.
Very well. Perhaps you would rather fall by our sword. Its magics have warped the blade somehow.
Let our magics become flesh, redoubtable vessel to fulfill the Queen's will. You shall not pass. No matter the cost, you must be dealt with.
So Zavon, Black Mage, and his weapon.
You doubt our power. Behold! Let our magics become flesh, a redoubtable vessel to fulfill the Queen's will. Lives shall be forfeit.
Oh, of course, that's when the frickin'...
Surrender now, and perhaps we will show mercy.
So the same as before. Make sure to watch the arrow and where its path leads.
I have you now.
Limit break.
Like animals to the slaughter, we shall cut you down.
Thank you, V.
We have failed our duty, our queen. These ruins are endless. Where could she be?
I feel like there's a lot of quotes here that I don't know that are intentionally supposed to be Star Wars-y, but like, I have you now.
Where could they be?
I mean, like, there's like lines that are like, you know, there's little snippets. I mean, they happen. They're not like specific, hyper-specific Star Wars, but just stick out in my mind. Who likes Castle in the Sky? Also, what's in here? That's interesting. In case if you've ever seen Castle in the Sky, very much that. Yeah, Lord of the Rings, you shall not pax.
At last, the power to reclaim what is mine, what is ours.
Yeah, I mean, there's always been Star Wars references. I just meant specifically here, Canes. I mean, Biggs and Wedge and plenty of others. Ah, it's for Savage. Yeah, that makes sense.
The will of Queen Gunhilda shall not be denied. All who oppose Bozja must fall.
La Puta. But yeah, Deathberry. Vengeful icon. The Queen.
By the gods, she's become a vessel for the blade's power.
Doot doot doot. It's gonna do all day long. Okay, let's cast some buffs before we go in. So, for this, there's gonna be a lot of being commanded to march and moving around, so be ready to move. You don't want to be on explosive lines, and you don't want to be on intersections of those lines. I guess lost brave around a couple of you guys. Okay, cool. Let's get her, guys.
I am Gunhilda. I am queen. Bozja is mine to rule, now and forevermore. She's become a vessel for the blade's power, Elio. I'm afraid she must be slain. There's no other way. Lady of Blades, bring forth my betrayers, purify their hearts, and return them to glory. Hearken now to the clarion call of war. The time for battle has come. Prepare yourself, Elio. She's gonna compel them to march. What a strange design. I love it. You think yourself beyond judgment.
Gotta look on what side of her is glowing blue for that one.
Never again shall Bozja come to harm. I will not allow it. Mine is the just path, the righteous path, and I will not suffer a second betrayal. Are you alright, everyone? How can this be? No, no, I will not let it end like this. Lady of Blades, I beseech you, grant me the strength to overcome our oppressors, to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Your queen has spoken. Now march.
You have to remove as many. You have to move as many places as she says to move.
As strange as it may sound, I suspect we must march as well if we mean to avoid coming to harm. To me, my subjects.
Or did I flip-flop it? Oh, I think I flip-flopped it. Oop. Yeah, you did flip-flop it. Okay, so lines is flip-flop. Get ready, we're gonna get commanded and they're gonna get commanded. What? Why did it count back up to... I don't understand why it counted back up. I was going in a full... Okay, well, that's fine. It's interesting how much the song has a definitive end and doesn't loop quite the same. Come, my blades, defend your queen. I am all, I am none. Who am I? Whoops. Ah, I got hit by it. Yeah. Have a good one, Deathberry. I'm glad you're free. Night Tracy, I'm sorry I'm missing so much of you guys. Yeah, I was about to say, good. Thanks, Dan. Remember, where it explodes is where they intersect. To me, my subjects. Remember, this is just like the earlier fight. You just have to do the mechanics like you did then. Oh! I was so close enough to not get... Well, I clearly wasn't. Emphatically, I was not. Not my best performance ever. Da, da, da. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba, da, da, da. Your queen has spoken. Now march. Are they gonna hippie hop? Buy this sword. Get away, it's an AoE. Empyrean Inquiry. Is this Elden Ring? Sounds like a Neri fanfiction. Remember, you don't want to touch where they intersect. Hit.
To me, my subjects.
LB at will. Let's finish this up. Well done, guys. Good job. That line gave me just...
No, we have suffered for too long for it to end this way. Bozja is ours! If we cannot have it, no one will! This is not the way. You've forgotten that we fight for the people.
I'm glad. Which line, lady? Thank you, Ray Ray. You're not wrong, Infinite. I definitely see it. For Edict, you go backwards. Thanks, Tam. And thank you for those vets who helped carry that a lot. And thank you for all first-timers or people with some rust for joining in. Let's take a picture by the tree. Let's actually go up a little bit. Oh, Althea's on their way back. Okay, cool. Here, I'm gonna, you know what, I'm just gonna do it this way so that people universally understand it. Stack together close up. Like stack together. You should be 2 rows of 4. You got 8 people, should be 2 rows of 4. Short people in front, tall people in back. Josh, can I get you standing? Nope, Josh and Althea, I need you guys to be closer. Here. Althea is now just standing on top of me. That's fine. Okay. But so people understand. If you have people standing like way far away, it's hard to get you all in frame. So right. So like the thing is, you want people to be tight. Okay. Everyone /sit, and then reset. No. Yep. Please. Yep. And then you can stand up. Althea, can you please stand forwards? Can you please like stand like right here in between people, so like it's all even? You want things. We're trying to get everything even. Yep. Thank you. No. Black Flame, forward, please. Black Flame, forward. Yep, center on that. Okay. Okay. There we go. Cool. Got it. Okie doke. I will toss that over on the good old screenshots and art. And sense. Thank you guys for humoring me. Sweet. Okay. We're good to go. Pull everything back up. Kills. I've been stabbed in the head. Yeah, inexorably. Likely I'm stabbing Josh with his weapon. Yeah. But yeah, glad I could be there. Yeah, definitely Tim. Like a family floated. Keep telling the kids to sit still. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. You're good. Losing your sanity. Hey, I'm trying. 0 out of 10 fight doesn't have a phase where Throne merges with other board pieces into mech suit with stocky guys forming legs and lean guys forming arms. Oh, Raven V. Blade Forgeron, Mikoto, are you alright? Is she? No, merely unconscious. Let us take her with us back to Itoya's Aegis without delay. I fear Imperial reinforcements will be upon us ere long. I didn't realize DB gave so much metal. I didn't realize I don't even know if I realized it did give metal. God, that is really some Laputa energy. It's interesting to me that they had 10 Kolto instead of 8 normal Aetheryte. It was far from easy, but thanks to the two of you, we have succeeded in reclaiming Save the Queen. But it was a victory bought with a great sacrifice. Under the Blade's influence, many of Gunhilder's blades were transformed beyond recognition. At least now their suffering is at an end. A heavy loss for the Resistance, 'tis true, but having wrestled Save the Queen from the hands of the 4th Legion, we may resume our offensive unimpeded. And we must do so quickly, while they remain few in number. What will become of Misaja? For now, she will remain in solitary confinement in Gengos. First and foremost, we must deal with the threat of the 4th Imperial Legion. Once they have been routed, she will be made to stand trial. Once she has been routed, she will be made to stand trial for her crimes. There's the Morsock. Espionage, primal summoning, the tempering of Gunhilder's blade. She has much to atone for. But as do many of our people, I would say, for it would be the callousness and cruelty of those seeking the glory of our forebears that drove her to side. This is the start of exactly what I'm talking about. As do many of our people, I would say, for it is the callousness and cruelty of those seeking the glory of our forebears that drove her to the side with the Empire. It doesn't matter if there are some people who are not necessarily cruel. And also, like, we get a couple people being kind of mean to her in a way that's, like, understandable for why she would end up choosing the Garlemald. But that doesn't justify any of the full level of horrors she commits and the glee with which she does so. She took people's not only lives, but took people who were fighting for a better country and turned them into monsters. And did so with a smile.
Nevertheless, it is no excuse for transgressions.
Thank you. Agreed.
As for the Save the Queen, it should go without saying we mustn't allow it to fall into the wrong hands again. I thought perhaps it could be destroyed, but I have yet to leave so much as a scratch on the accursed thing. I think it best that you were to take it, Mikoto. No doubt its study would prove a most illuminating experience for you. Unless, of course, you would rather it be locked away. I shall defer to your judgment.
Yeah, I mean, that as a punishment infinite, I'm not against. I'm down. The punishments. Yeah, I'd be fine with that as punishment.
Mikoto! No! Mikoto, is something wrong?
No, I'm fine. Merely tired is all.
Then I bid you return to Genghis and rest. You have more than earned it.
Bah! What in the world?
Now I'm just thinking of him, the Mononga sounding like Wabafet. Wabafet! The Dalriada. The big ship. That's a very Final Fantasy XII ship. About damn time. Now that we can command the skies, they're done for.
Quickly, we must withdraw to Genghis.
Dalriada, yeah.
At last, victory is within our grasp.
I agree, lady. Here's my point. The game does not justify or say, like, does not defend Yotsuyu's actions. It points out the tragedy of Yotsuyu not being an inevitable outcome and Tsuyu being who she could have been. The problem is not having someone who's sadistic. Like, it's how the story handles that. If the story was focused on the tragedy of Misaja, that would be one thing, but it doesn't really ever fully... It doesn't ever really... It only ever treats her really as, like... Yotsuyu was sympathetic. Tsuyu was pitiable, and you could even have... Yotsuyu you could have compassion for. But, like, Misaja just knows exactly what she's doing and does so gleefully the whole time. And the game never really questions it. At least so far as we've replayed, and as far as I remember it later on. But we'll see. Yeah. Gooey! Good to see you, glad to have you.
God's preserve us. I did not think that they would go so far as to deploy a warship. Though the odds are stacked against us, we have come too far to abandon our home. I will send word to Lord Hien, that we may begin preparations to make a final stand. If we fail, it will be the end of Bozja. When the final battle is upon us, I pray we can count on your aid one last time.
Yeah, so you respond to someone, yeah. I don't really remember how it goes from now on, so I presume they'll shoot the Warrior of Light from a cannon to Dalriada to penetrate soul and inflict it. So you respond to someone doing something, yeah. God, I love the 4.x patches. Mood. Yeah. but also the narrative treats Asahi as reprehensible, right? Like, if the game went, oh, you know, Asahi, yeah, he's kind of bad, but really, he just cared so deeply for Garlemald and wanted the best for Doma, or like something like that, that would be like, yo! How do I pick up the next part of the quest? Let me pick up the Zadnor quests. Let me, because definitely want to unlock Zadnor before we finish up today. A new playing field. Sejuros. Okay, we just did fit for a queen. Thank you. I do not know who those are. How to unlock Zadnor. Because I should be able to have it. Marsoc and Genghis. Says Marsoc should have one. I'm gonna go level up, like increase my level real quick in the southern front, and see if that helps. I don't know why it's not showing up. Have a good one, Tam. Yeah, it was fun running again after so long, getting to do some daily stuff. Yeah, thanks so much for helping out, Tam. Okay, well, I'm gonna do that again, and if one of you guys is I'm gonna have to kick you, sorry. We still got stuff to do on. I thought the complaint was that the game tries to justify her behavior or go soft on her, and I haven't seen that yet. Everyone seems pretty down to earth on understanding the cause, which is good. Yeah, except for... For instance, they've been like, oh, I know you, you're a good person, and she's repeatedly done just horrible sadistic things and done, like, people don't treat Yotsuyu as if she's not doing terrible things. Like, they're going like, oh, yes, I mean, like, you know, she has crime she's got to atone for, but, like, we have multiple points, people being like, what she's doing is not treated as reprehensibly as it actively is. She's not just murdering people, she's torturing them. She's taking their way away their free will, and she's doing so with a gleeful smile. I'll be like, I'll literally kill my parents to prank my sister, yeah. You use it to test whether they're acid or... I mean, 4.4 and 4.5 are great, but yes, agreed. He has the hots for Xenos. I mean, he's definitely a simp, no question. Well, people try to make her switch sides, was understandable tactically. She gets the Darth Vader treatment. But she doesn't. A little bit of a spoiler, but literally to the end, she explicitly tells you, and I do it again, and I regret none of it. So that's not the Darth Vader treatment at all. Like... You know, like, if you, when while going down, spitefully say, and I regret none of it, that's not redemption. Why is it not popping up? Do I have to leave? I'll come back real quick. I don't know why that would in any way affect it, but on the off chance. At least you turned into a monster somebody from her side and not from her enemies. Yeah, but also, like, even, like, again, the thing is that the reason you can... I pity Misaja. You know. Listen, the sheer amount of times I hear people say, but we need to punish Tsuyu, or I want to let the angry mob do what they will to Fordola, I'm paraphrasing, is absurd. Yes, but, like, Fordola actively seeks redemption. Right? and is penitent. And Yotsuyu, the tragedy is between Tsuyu and Yotsuyu and the fact that she's formed, but Yotsuyu would need to be held for her crimes, right? I'm saying you wouldn't complain about Luke's behavior if Vader didn't do good in the end. Luke is still understandable in his behavior. No, because, for instance, you have multiple scenes. For instance, one, you have literally the Force where he can sense good in his father. But beyond that, you also have moments where he clearly shows, Vader shows uncertainty. Or also points at which he's shown his willingness to betray the Emperor. Or, like, I don't think that's the same. Misaja, but also, I am saying that, like, with the whole story, Misaja at no point is repentant. Yeah. Like, a story where Misaja is repentant is one thing, but she's not. She explicitly says she's not. Has those moments. No, she doesn't! So far in this story, she has not had any... The only moments... So far in this story, there has not been that. And later on, the only moments you get is Gunhilder stuff. You don't get her saying, I'm repentant for this. It just didn't last. When? What moment? When it's just Tsuyu, there's nothing to punish. Yeah, punishing Tsuyu is punishing an innocent. But that also doesn't change the fact that that there are people who have been hurt that there needs to be some justice. Punishing Tsuyu is not justice. Okay, what the hell is going on with Zadnor? Completing the prerequisites, the raid dungeon. Player must features rewritten. Wait. Oh! Guys, I found out why we can't continue Zadnor. You have to do 5.4. That's why. Cool. Well, we can set that aside for now. I'm going to return to Eorzean proper. Quest requires future rewritten. Yeah, Tam, you found it right as it did. It's just more revenge if it's just to you. Yeah, I mean, it's not even revenge, right? It's just the punishment of innocence. Yeah. The jail cell wagon, she gets captured for Mikoto for one. The jail cell wagon, she captured Mikoto for one. She thought long about it and chose wrong, but it was the same as two. The jail cell wagon? Captured Mikoto. She captured Mikoto. I'm not sure I understand, Decoy. The game itself tells you to leave Bozja. Yeah, but it doesn't tell you that you need to complete 5.4 to complete. Like, we left Bozja and we left... I'm not sure what you mean, Infinite. Story quests take precedence. Yeah, no, well, it's also just because it's reference point. It's not about precedence. It's like being important. It's also if you want to, for instance, if they want to reference events. For instance, 5.4. Once 5.4 has happened, there is a cure for tempering. So if they said there's not a cure for tempering, it'd be weird. The jail cell when she captured Mikoto for one. You're not talking about with Mikoto in it, right? Like when she had Mikoto and used her for experimentation to give herself the echo. You're talking about a later point, right? Self-fulfilling for people to doing it since the whole point of punishment isn't to harm someone but correct them. It's the town, not the person, aka revenge. I'm not sure. Are you referring to something I said? Because my point was... My point... Yeah. Yukio, good to see you. Glad to have you. Only moment Misa just seems to show regret I've seen is when Great Grandma was like, "You've forgotten who we are." Right, and even that though, literally, even after that moment comes back up, that's not regretful. Her refraining from killing everyone and taking the entirety of Bozja down with her instead of just letting go of that is not repentant either. Not doing worse is not doing better. Honestly, I don't think we have anything else planned. So I'm going to, in the short term, sit here. I'm going to talk to you guys because I feel like we've got an interesting conversation. I meant that imagine people who just go into Bozja and realize they got stuck there, completely ignoring MSQ from that point. I meant that imagine people who just got in Bozja on release and got stuck there, completely ignoring MSQ for that point. Ignore it. I mean, are you saying like stuck in Genghis? Talking about, but to talk about like justice, right? Punishing Tsuyu is not just because she's not Yotsuyu, but also she does contain, to a sense, Yotsuyu. But also you have to recognize that justice is not just about punishment for correction. Justice is also a sense of the aggrieved having like that there has been action taken against their grievances, right? So it's both parts of those things. That was me. I didn't realize I had to do the MSQ to get more Bozja. Ah. And to be very clear, punishing Yotsuyu is not that. Or punishing Tsuyu is not that. Look, I'm much more about the forgive and forget than anything else, but like to ignore that at 25 year, you know, not 25. She's been the viceroy. She was at the viceroy for at least 5 to 10. That she inflicted, the type of like horror and cruelty she inflicted, there are people who are going to have lingering scars, and to feel like that's never addressed or contended with does not allow the wound to breathe, does not allow the wound to heal. You get that minute of Mikoto looks like she will talk Misuja out. When? In that cutscene, Mikoto's trying to, and Misuja literally goes, "Fuck no!" Like, here, we can pull it up. Like, here, let's go pull it up. Because I at least want to know for sure. Like, I know what scene. Yeah, Mikoto wasn't wrong to try, which seems to be the complaint. My problem is not the attempts. My problem is that when there's constant attempts and the person has demonstrated repeatedly, time and time again, a lack of interest in doing that, and the harm that they allow to be caused by not assuming that someone means the thing they say. There is a point at which like you can continue to offer a hand out, but there's a point at which you don't just assume that the person's like, no, you're just a good person. I'm literally showing you why I'm not and telling you that I do not care to be, you know? Other duties? Bozja's at the front. I bet you I don't have the cutscene. No, because this is still original. No, but I bet you if I look under not other duties, but duty, but under not side quest, Chronicles of a New Era. Your Heart Dark Apocalypse, Return to Evilise. Nope. Side quests. Bozja? Garlean side quests? Is it Thavnarian, Charlian? God, why must you make this so hard to use? It's definitely not that. Other quests? Nope. Well, here, I'm just gonna I'll pull it up on like YouTube or something, and we can go over it, because I would love to see what you're talking about. Like, look, I know I'm strong in my opinion, but I'm like not. I am more willing to be shifted. Quick question. Oh god, more shifting to be than I assume than it seems. Oh god, yes. No, that's 5.45. No. Nope, that's 5.45. Bozja, 5.35. Really? Did like no one record this? Hey, Ray, I think I have a thing for you. Because I'm literally not finding anyone, like any version of the cutscene. But that'll give you guys a second to... Nope. Nope, just people's impressions, just... Yep. Yep, I'm not finding anything. Okay. Are you trying to see a cutscene you haven't seen yet? No, we're talking about a cutscene we have seen. The scene where Misuja has Mikoto trapped. When she shows her the resonant machine. Yeah, no, all good. I mean, what Elio said. Yeah. Retributive justice is bupkis. Restorative justice, now that's the stuff. Yes, but also, restorative justice can't just be about the restoration of those who aggrieve and not the aggrieved. I know Misuja has done terrible things, but I don't see the treatment she received in her past that's supposed to balance that out. Yeah, well, her past is, like, those who have treated her terribly. Let me put it this way. It is understandable to understand why she would choose to join Garlemald, as she sees it as a way for a wave towards a better world because of the way Bozja treated her and the people around her. That's understandable, no caveat. I think, but none of that justifies her sadism. It just doesn't. Yeah, I don't disagree the town will be extremely bitter and jaded towards her, but trying to get their justice on her. But I'm not talking about their justice. But that's what I'm saying. Pay attention. Like Gooey, I was very careful to say. Giving them justice is not giving them brutalizing her, me saying give them what they want. But I'm saying you cannot ignore, if you think I do not give those who are aggrieved some way to relinquish that, contend with that, or feel that there has been some sense of justice given, and you just paper over it, you just are breeding deep-seated wounds that are going to cause conflict over again. The time stop trying for me would probably be when there isn't a tactical advantage to having them flip sides, which kind of covers up the last raid. Yeah, except for that. Tactical advantage has nothing to do with it. If someone is doing immoral acts and is being sadistic and cruel, whether or not they're useful is irrelevant to whether or not they're being immoral. Yeah, so to me. So this is big these at Bozja as well. We don't get them, you know. Even though in Yotsu you fight when all of her life pains quite literally came crashing down on her, she summoned Gosetsu, somebody she despises in her true state and tortured. Yeah. Yep. Unfortunately, I couldn't do Deliberum, but I need to call it a day. Have a good one, AC. Also, I do want to say that being repentant or atoning is not freedom of consequences. Sure, absolutely. And as we see with Fordola, they tell that story with Fordola quite clearly, right? Like, she's not free of the consequences of her action. But she is allowed a path forward and is repentant about her past actions. Yeah, no, that's another. You don't have the raws on streams, etc., so it's hard to reconstruct the story. Yeah, Ray. I don't know if Ray's here, but Ray's been... That's what Ray's been focusing on lately. I guess we're going to have to talk to Ray to get her to put out a Bozja archived. What makes my blood boil is the fact that we let Tsuyu's pimp live. I have complicated feelings about that. Switch to lend. No, it doesn't exist. It's just a cutscene doesn't exist. For things I won't get into. I looked up the blood sugar number. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I would have been zero effort to just give the blades a memorial or something. Right. Well, and even giving the blades a memorial, they kind of do by the end, but that memorial is taken up with Bazaljan kind of lauding Misuja, so it undercuts it quite a bit. I still sometimes confuse Bozja for Stormcloak combat. It really has a lot in common with the themes of that expansion and everything. Well, I mean, yeah, which makes sense. Well, because one, the war story's going on, and two, I bet you they teamed up with Matsuno not that long after finishing Stormblood to start writing and working on it. You know, after they worked with him on Evil East. I mean, that's the crux. How do you do that? And of course, it's a philosophical question they pose without putting either side at major disadvantage. Right. But my point is the first step towards that is recognizing that is recognition of that, right? If you don't recognize that just papering over wounds rather than finding a way to get them to heal, like if you just paper over them, you are just going to cause long-term suffering, right? Fordola is my favorite redemption arc in 14. Yeah. I was responding to your comment on when you stop trying to get them to change sides. I think the answer is when it will no longer be... Right, I know, Decoy, that's what you're referring to, and what I said stands, which is like... And I get what you're saying for you, right? Which is fine. Power to you. But what I'm saying is, to me, I don't think usefulness has any bearing on at what point you say, no, you are unrepentant. They need to make the first move about being repentant rather than you just forcibly going over and over again like, but you're actually good, and if they're like, fuck no, I'm not, on repeat and demonstrate that, that's a bad use of energy and time. And also like if Fordola literally had been like the entire time, nah, I'd do it again, I wouldn't want Fordola, like, you can't earn redemption or be on a path towards atonement or repentance if you're not repentant, you know? That's why I love the nuance of how this one's set up. If you don't paper over it, you keep telling this person who has no memory how bad a person they were. Right. But also, it's very understandable, like, the people's of Namai's reaction is very understandable. And I think to be mad at them for being fearful or being uncertain or thinking that this is all just about to come crashing down after, you know, well over a decade of torture. And think about, like, what Yotsuyu did to, you know, the parents, to like the guy on the beach in over in the Ruby Sea, right? Their reactions are understandable. I'm not condoning what they want in terms of vengeance, and I'm not saying that that's the right course, but if you can't understand where that comes from, you also can't help move forward. Misuja just crossed the literal line for me. What happened to the temper resistant member? She was sympathetic to a point. I mean, I have pity for Misuja. Even to the end, I have pity for her. But you can't, there's only so much you can, for someone who's deeply unrepentant, there's only so much you can, and sadistically joyous about the suffering she's causing others, there's only so much you can offer in terms of compassion, you know? Which isn't none, but it has limits. There's a quote, I forgot where I heard it, when someone tells you who they are, listen to them. Yeah. I think the struggle with when someone tells you who listen to them is that people also misunderstand that to be, if someone is ever at their worst, that's who they are. And I think that's very different than especially trend lines of someone taking the same actions on repeat. It's not just that she does terrible things on repeat. It's that Misuja does terrible things on repeat, delights in them, and at multiple points when offered the ability to not only switch sides, but like to be repentant in some way, she does not take it. You know? No, that's what I meant by litmus test. Yeah, most streamers just go, yeah, kill her. Why aren't I putting her in jail? Yeah, no, I'm not. Look, all of this is nuanced. My problem with Misuja is not even her character being what it is. It's that there's a disconnect between her character as it is written and shown and how this character is talked about and treated over the course of the story. You know? Fordola is a good example of what I mean. She's mainly given early release because we need her. She's having to work for a lesser sentence because it can save lives to use. Yeah. Right, but the thing is that if Fordola had not demonstrated not only her repentance, but also, like, if Fordola came out of that and afterwards started attacking all the people in that room after Lakshmi was killed, and been like, or like had turned to everyone in the council and been like, fuck all of you, and I would have killed your sons and daughters again. I would have shot down that tower again, right? Or something like that. You shouldn't give her a chance, because it's not, because you're just because someone's useful it has nothing to do with morality. And also, if there's someone is going to feel that be that way, they're not going to be useful. They're going to ultimately be destructive. You know. List of people I have complicated levels of pity here are following: Misuja, Yotsuyu, Ilberd, the lowest one trying to understand but still feeling hate. Yeah, Ilberd. I guess the thing for me is Ilberd is an example of like what Misuja does, but done well, because there's no like the story doesn't treat him as if he's not doing exactly what he's doing and is unrepentant about what he's doing. I have pity for Ilberd in the same way, but I don't have frustration over him, because Rauban doesn't spend the rest of Heavensward and into Stormblood going, Ilbert was always a good man, we just need to get him back onto our side and it's gonna be okay. Like, he acknowledges what his friend did and acknowledges, like, he believes in this. He's not gonna change. Like, he's fighting for a thing that he has in all sincereness believes, right? It doesn't pretend it's otherwise. Tactics does that a great deal with the villains because its missions give notes. See, but I hate Matsuno's notes! Fuck the notes! Ah! This is part of my problem. Notes are not storytelling. Notes can be used to expand, but notes this is Bozja is written by Matsuno, the same person who did Tactics, and he puts motivations in the notes, but all fundamental motivations and also fundamental things that you need to understand to even make full sense of a character. None of the Gunhilder's blades do we have any relationship with if you don't read the notes. You know? Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, again, those notes, the heretic books are the actual story. The audience doesn't see it, yeah. There's also a really good setup in 4.1 of Fordola's echo of seeing everyone around her pass. Yeah. Makes her a lot more open to being empathetic. It's a fantastic setup. Totally agree, Gui. That's the thing. That's why it works. If the resonant didn't also cause her to experience, and we saw her experience all these emotions, and the past of other people and how that affected her, you know. And then on top of that, her arc, it takes time. It starts in 4.0, but the redemption, the path towards redemption starts in 4.1 and it hasn't even fully concluded yet, but only starts to conclude or at least come semi-full circle as of the role quest in Endwalker. You know? It's 2 expansions, you know? Speaking of primal summoning guilds, do we kill Thornton and Heavensward or they die because of summoning after effects? Because we kill them. The summoning after effects would have just left him tempered, but no, it's because we kill him. As we do enough damage his Aether can't hold together. Yeah, I'm okay, Riven. Look, I know this may sound crazy, but I usually have a lot bigger and more emotions than I'm expressing outwards to you guys because I'm trying to keep a calm head and not say things like, you're wrong, or be out of hand. Or just I can be very big, very opinionated, very a lot. And so I try to keep it tempered down a little bit, you know? A little bit. Also, story beats. I broke him. I needed this. Elio, notes are bad. Notes, get angry and don't drop on his mate. Oh, fair. That's well played. I don't argue you avoid waiting risk versus reward, but the attempts are still leaving you the door open for the better outcome. I didn't deny Misuja didn't take that path. Yeah, I really do follow you more. I know I probably seem like I'm just dismissing out of hand. I'm really not trying to, but the problem, Decoy, is that there is a point at which you allow for further suffering because you do that. If they had taken Misuja as a threat from the first, there's a chance that the Gunhilder's blade may not have been tempered. Not a likely one, not a high one, and that's not really the crux of my point. But my point is, there comes a point where you need to listen to what people are telling you in terms of not she didn't temper them but looked pained or act as if she's I take no joy in this, but it is the right course. You know? She fucking cackled like a lunatic as she did it. You know, she didn't just temper one guy. She tempered one guy so she could make him kill his friends. You know? ADHD mood right there, yeah. I pity Misuja. Yeah. Who broke the seal? I've been told you wear your heart on your sleeves. Yeah, definitely, that's definitely me. But yeah, my biggest issue with the way the Bozja story is told exemplify in note 50. Yeah, that is a whole nother issue. For those of you who don't know, Bozja's story, imagine if I don't even know what to relate it to. They imagine if just there was supposed to be if Bozja ended like it did, the map, and we were gonna go into Zadnor, and Zadnor never came out, and they explained all of it in one note. That is what basically how Bozja Zadnor, that storyline ends, is it ends abruptly, what feels like kind of it feels unfinished, and then it just ends in a note. And and the last note tells you how it goes. And clearly Le Monde was gonna be a map. It feels like it. As Bard said, I have a tendency to wear my mind on my sleeve. I have a history of losing my shirt. Wait, that's not as related as I remembered it. Oh no, Raven. I wonder if it's the whole you're a good person is a way to show Mikoto's flaw, trying too hard to see the good in her. Here's what I would say, lady. If it was just Mikoto, yes. But they also make Bazaljan act that way, and Marsak, and everyone act that way. And it also doesn't point Mikoto out as being wrong, or that's like Bozja does not look to her and go, "You need to listen to what she is telling you. You may believe she was a good person, and she may even be in her own in her own mind, but ultimately, what she is doing is unconscionable, and she must be stopped. She may have once been our friend, but she is now a monster." Right? Like something like that. But no one ever does that. Instead, Bazaljan, more than Mikoto, at certain points, like, says how, how, like, ultimately she was just misunderstood. Or something like that. And I don't think it's just bad writing. I don't think it's that. Because it's too specific. I think Matsuno just feels that way about how he feels that way about Misuja. Like, I think that he thinks that the way he portrayed her, everyone else reacting to her that way is understandable. Yeah, you get those notes after Dal. Yeah, the Dal Riata, yeah. I just don't want the defense of a character like Mikoto confused with the defense of Misuja. Yeah, totally decoy. Yeah, 100%. I pity Misuja, but good lord, the pity was not enough for the sheer amount of stuff she did. Yeah, I was horrified by the temper, and still, what exactly was the lesson here? I mean, I don't know that there is necessarily... The lesson is don't forge monsters. And don't make people desperate. Desperate people do stupid things. I feel like that's just like Final Fantasy XIV broadly, is monsters are almost universally forged, not born. Emmett Selk, Xenos, Misuja, Fordola, Gaius to an extent. A certain blue bird, right? Honestly, one of the reasons that, like, for me, Thornton is one of the weakest villains, actually probably the weakest villain to me, is because Thornton ultimately was not forged. The story doesn't tell a story of someone who grew up in the Dragonsong War and because of that came to believe that what he had to do for his people was such. And, Thornton's not a tragic villain. He's just a villain. He just wants power for himself just because he wants to rule, be in charge, and not just to end the Dragonsong War, but to inflict his rule upon the world. Right? Like, he's not tragic. Lesson is that war is horrible and makes people do atrocious things. That too. But to be fair, Bramble, it wasn't that war did that. War didn't make Misuja. Inequality, inequity, cruelty, discompassion, those things, hunger, suffering, those things did, Yeah, Niddy. Yeah, Nidhogg is somewhat of a tragic villain, Emmett is a weird case, and to quote him, it's more of an issue of moral relativity. Right, but the thing is that that's also a shield that's shown throughout Shadowbringers, but also Shadowbringers, like, the thing is that Emmett Selk also has his tempering from Zodiark, which affects how he acts in his perspective. He also has the problem of he also kind of shows the ways in which that the moral relativism argument that he constantly tells himself only goes so far, and the ways it starts to break down under certain pressure. Also about how he was forged from the final days and his feelings of duty and responsibility for those he loved. It's not just the moral relativism is not just like you don't matter. It's also I have a duty to the people I cared for. I had a responsibility to my world. Yotsuyu is an example of a monster forged, not born. Monsters are forged, not born. Did you just forget Vothri? He was born into a monster, but literally and figuratively. No, Vothri was forged through his, like, it shows that explicitly. The way his father treated him, built up his ego, treated him as a savior, told him this was the right way, told him this is the thing he should be doing. Like, Vothri was forged. He was forged into a monster by Emmett Selk. He was forged into a monster in terms of disposition and what he believed his job was as a savior by his father and Emmett Selk. Vothri is also forged. I mean, he was literally born a monster, but only because he was forged into one. That doesn't make me hate him any less, but I have pity for him. Literally, there's a reason he's called Innocence instead of Forgiven. You know how all the, like, people turn into Sin Eaters are Forgiven X and it's whatever their sin is? The reason he's called Innocence is because he became a Sin Eater before he ever even had a chance to be a being. A baby in the womb made into a Sin Eater. And how he was raised, yeah. Even Vothri has more of an excuse than Thoradin. Yeah, he was raised from the womb to be a savior. Yeah, exactly, I would agree. Yeah, we learn in the new Endwalker, albeit very hidden, how much he cared than he let on. In a certain Zone 5, the only reference... Yes, but you're forgetting that is before he suffers the tempering and final days. Refuses to use his filler, never seeing anything else but the Tempest as children. Yeah, but that's because those are effectively two different characters. Like, Emmett Selk in Zone 5 is effectively a completely different character because of 10,000 years of difference as well as very specific events that have happened to him. That's also why, for instance, on Map 6, a certain arrival, he acts very differently. Or why, for instance, Emmett Selk during 5.3 helps us and summons a Zem. No, not just Emmett, everyone does. Yeah. But I'm not sure how that counters in anything to the persona. But that's because they believe we are literally a familiar. Because that's the easiest explanation. That's a byproduct of the story being told. The lie we tell people and the lie that's told. Because also, remember, we are, like, our aether is thin, but we're also, it's densified up a little bit, you know, to be fully corporeal, and also in size and scale. He does see more as people than he lets on in Shadowbringers. Yes, although I would disagree that Shadowbringers doesn't show that. I think Shadowbringers at multiple points shows that he does feel that way, and that he's multiple points, he justifies his actions to himself because he believes they are right, and it is easier to justify those. But I think you look at his actions in terms of about you and bothering to try and reach out to you, trying to connect to you, trying to have, like, trying clearly that, like, he can't help that he cares. Even though he tries to self-justify his own actions in Shadowbringers. So I guess I would just say, like, Endwalker isn't required for that to be pretty, not explicit, but pretty highly, highly implicit, you know? Let me come hang out with you guys instead of in my room. Virtually most of his end goals aren't entirely incorrect. I feel like understandable is more accurate because they are incorrect in terms of genociding an entire group of people just so you can have your own back. To me, is inherently immoral. Like, I don't think there's any room to question that. It's understandable. The desire for his love to have his loved ones returned to him, the desire for the people that he feels that he is responsible to bring back as he told them he would, like, all of it's understandable, but it is immoral. God, can you imagine the guilt untempered Emmett felt when his mind cleared? How disgusted he would feel with himself. We get a little bit of that. Honestly, he's more... What's interesting, he's more annoyed than anything, but yeah. I can't go into that too much because we're not at Endwalker yet. I mean, if I needed to live an 8-bit integer overflow amount of time missing my close ones in the entire planet, I'd become a little megalomaniacal too. Yeah, exactly. Like, him becoming that way isn't surprising to me. Like, it isn't weird or wrong or like, it's totally makes sense. But yeah, you spend 10,000 years feeling that you have a duty to return the people you love to the world. You know, it's gonna affect you, as it clearly did, right? Emmett's emotional response to most things, annoyance. You're not wrong. Quite often, yeah. You know, yeah, here, why don't we... You know what we should do, since we've got some time, because I want to go for at least another 15 minutes. Tails. His curtain falls. Speaking of which, don't forget that we air our curtain falls. Don't forget that we've been doing the shorts, all the short stories. We've been making little videos for them. So if you haven't been watching those, V, if you want to throw up the most recent one that you helped me, or honestly, I helped you with, in an Unpromised Tomorrow about the 8th Thermal Calamity timeline. But while we wait, I'm going to read this one. Because this is, I feel like, very important in terms of understanding Emmett Selk's mind space. Most things are everything. I'd say most things. He has shown other emotions. He's sometimes exasperated. Fairly quick. This is the one. This isn't the... Yeah. Oh, no. This is the one for Elidibus, which is also heartbreaking. Through His Eyes, I think, is the one. Yeah. Yes, Through His Eyes is the one we want. I'm going to pull up... Oh, my God. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm quickly going to go to... I'm going to teleport to Amarot, because that's the music I want in the background. I I know they're drastically different characters, but for some reason I keep having comparison between Illidan, Stormrage, and Emmett Selk, the things they would do for the sake of their home. I don't think they're wildly different, but I definitely can understand that, like, some interesting parallels. Isn't his first ever phrase in the entire game is, "I should be the one to sigh"? Yes. His annoyance oozes from the very beginning. It's very true, Infinite. I think he might even be dumbfounded once or twice. Yeah, that does happen a couple times. Let's close this.
In a time long forgotten, men and gods were one and the same, and upon the star that was their home, men ruled supreme over the corporeal world within and without, which existed in ethereal realm. Throughout the ages, this realm had been called many names, but in the beginning it was known as the Underworld, the place to which departed souls returned, as water flows to the sea and rises to the sky, before raining upon the land once more. The Underworld was a fundamental part of the circle of life, and for this reason it was regarded at once with familiarity and reverence by men who, despite their godlike powers, could not claim dominion over it. Wise though they were, they could catch only fleeting glimpses of the realm, channel but a sliver of its power, and do naught to control its ceaseless flow. However, among those who abided in that age, there were a chosen few who possessed an affinity with the underworld, and among their number, one stood tall. Another idyllic evening had descended upon Amarant. Citizens strolled carelessly along the streets of the gleaming capital, identical black-robed figures bathed in gentle torchlight. Some would, while the night away in agreeable company, others retire early to their beds. The illumination served equally well for both. But he had chosen to spend the time alone at a park, reclining upon the manicured lawn. The cowl of his robe had fallen back to reveal locks of white hair, which framed the unique red mask covering the upper half of his face, the sole item among his apparel that was his and his alone. To see him lazing there, most would have assumed he was simply gazing up at the stars, or perhaps the glittering towers that seemed to reach for them. The sights that were reflected in his eyes, however, were a far cry from any seen by most men. What he beheld was the aether that comprised all things, radiant life. From the depths of the lands to the heights of the firmament, its lights shone bright. Here and there, lives that had served their purpose drifted upon the current, before suddenly plunging down to the underworld. That he could behold these wonders was not a wonder in itself. Many were blessed with the sight, yet very few indeed were as strong in the gift as him. As a man focused his gaze upon the objects of his interest, he needed but to direct his attention towards the aether to behold all the lives borne upon its currents. So acute was his vision, he could make out not only the soul, the heart of life, but also discernible subtle differences in the hue of each, telling the individual lives apart, and by virtue of this transcendent skill, he had often been likened to a denizen of the underworld. For a while, also whenever they say the underworld, they mean the ethereal sea, is what they're talking about. For a while, he continued gazing up at the sky, watching the dance of aether alone with his thoughts, until the soft rustling of grass announced the approach of another. Noticing this, he shut his eyes tight as if to will away the din, but the steps only drew nearer, growing louder and louder before finally becoming a voice overheard. "I heard the tidings. Congratulations, Hades. Or should I say, the Honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. If I pretend not to notice, perhaps he will leave me in peace," he thought, without much hope. As expected, but no less to his disappointment, the owner of the voice did not make to leave. Resigned, he grudgingly rolled over and heaved himself to his feet. Having repositioned his cowl, he addressed the grinning visitor with unconcealed displeasure. "There is naught to congratulate. I merely fill a void, one which I would remind you only existed because you refused the honor. Come now, it went to the candidate best suited for office. You find practical use for that which you see, while I enjoy the seeing for its own sake." "And what does that say about your suitability for your own office? Perhaps I shall raise the subject at the Hall of Rhetoric." As he said these words, he glared daggers through his mask, but the threat, idle as they both knew, served only to elicit a snort of amusement from the chief of the Bureau of the Architect, his close friend, Hydaelyn. Attired in a black robe and a white mask, the man looked entirely unremarkable, yet like Hades, he was eminently gifted in the ability to behold the underworld. As a matter of fact, were it purely a question of vision, he was the keener of the two. Precious little escaped his eyes, which could discern essence and appearance as plainly as night and day. This made him amply qualified for the highest office of the Bureau of the Architect, the institution which oversaw the creation of concepts, and incredibly smug. Irked by Hydaelyn's unshakable good cheer, he snapped, "Was there something else?" and immediately regretted it when he saw the man's grin broaden. "As a matter of fact, yes. Have you informed a certain someone of your appointment?" "Hardly necessary. The memorandum will see to it, if the gossip in the streets haven't already. News pertaining to the 14 is wont to spread quickly. Were you to ask my opinion, I would tell you such momentous messages warrants a personal delivery. Shall I ascertain our friend's whereabouts? It will take but a moment." "I did not ask for your opinion, nor less your help. I understand you have pressing tasks, and would not keep you from them." For the first time since Hydaelyn arrived, the grin faded from his lips, the tilt of the man's head all but asking how Hades could have known. And though he was certain he would regret answering the unspoken question, in the end, he found himself yielding to the interminable silence with a sigh. He continued, "A short while ago you received a visitor from the words of La Habrea. This invariably means you have been tasked with an inspection of considerable import, and by rights should not have time to spend in idleness. A short while ago you received a visitor from the words of La Habrea. This invariably means you have been tasked with the inspection of considerable import, and by rights should not have time to spend in idleness. That you should seek me out at such a juncture suggests you have consultation, or, the mind boggles, a request." For a moment, Hydaelyn said nothing, as if mulling over the words. Then his shoulders began to shake with laughter. "You wound me, old friend. I merely chanced to notice you lying here and wished to offer my congratulations." As he continued, his voice took on an impish tone. "And, I dare say, given your new responsibilities, you've even less time than me to spend in idleness. Of course, you were never one to rouse yourself, save when you deemed a matter worthy of your attention." Though said in jest, the uninvited observation did not improve his mood. You have offered your congratulations, he said testily. "If there is naught else, I shall be on my way." Seeing him turn to leave, Hydaelyn hastily changed his tone. "Wait! As you say, I have a consultation for you, and a request. Will you not hear me out, most eminent Emmet Selk?" "An immortal bird," Hades repeated as they made their way through the restricted area of the Bureau of the Architect. Hydaelyn nodded. "To be precise, it is not a living being, but magic woven in the likeness of a bird, one possessed of puissant healing powers, and as befits a masterwork of the words of La Habrea. It is a thing of beauty." "I don't doubt it. So what then is the problem?" "As I said, it's not a living being. The concept proposed was a magic in avian guise. With this in mind..." Hydaelyn stretched out a hand to the enormous gate that stood before them. Soundlessly, the towering doors swung open, and Hades found himself wincing at the ear-rending cry that emanated from within. Furrowing his brow, he stepped across the threshold to be greeted with the sight of a magnificent bird, its plumes fairly afire, circling high in the vaulted hall. Having marked the creature's undeniable beauty, it took him but another moment to identify the problem, an unmistakable light shining in its heart. His breath caught in his throat. A soul. How? Through their mastery of creation magics, men could weave anything into existence. Anything they could imagine, they could bring forth. Anything, that is, except a soul. As Hades well knew, souls spontaneously manifested within creatures that were born in accordance with the laws of nature. It was a gift from the star itself, long held to be impossible to recreate. No artificial being, no matter how subtly sculpted in the image of nature, could come to possess a soul. Such creations occupied a separate classification known as arcane entities. "There was an accident," Hydaelyn began. "During the concept's examination, a drifting soul merged with it, a soul burdened with regret. Judging by the being's behavior, it rages against the pull of the underworld." As he listened, Hades kept his gaze fixed on the creature, which flew about in a frenzy. No sooner would it dash itself against the wall in an explosion of broken feathers than it would heal itself and repeat the grisly feat. This self-destructive dance unfolded again and again, with the creature occasionally giving vents to its overflowing magical reserves, or fury, as it seemed to him, as fiery breath. Witnessing the excruciating display, his thoughts poured forth, unbidden from his lips. Consumed by the fear of death, it thrashes blindly about. It will know only pain and suffering, and inflict the same upon others. A pitiful existence. Such moving empathy, it is as if you wore the feathers yourself. He waved a dismissive hand. Yes, but what do you intend to do with it? Masterwork or no, we cannot well leave it as it is." There, Hydaelyn turned to face him, that irritating smile having returned, and again he knew a pang of regret. As it is immortal after a fashion, we here have not the ability to return it to the underworld. Our efforts would only cause it pain. Nay, we require the services of a powerful mage, and I know none more powerful than you. Once more he found himself glaring daggers at his friend, whose grin had become broader than ever. But rather than give him the satisfaction of a complaint, he decided that he would make a debt of it. Without another word, he focused his mind as he did his silhouette. As he did, his silhouette wavered and danced. Then, all of a sudden, like a shadow lengthening his form, beginning to swell, through the thrum of gathering aether, he heard Hydaelyn's remark, "Never ceases to impress me." He knew well what his friend beheld, the unbridled power of the underworld pouring forth into his being. In such moments, he felt as if he was one with its flow. Though mages were plentiful, not even among the rest of the 14 could one find another capable of wielding such power. Ere long, his transformation was complete, and Hydaelyn was left to crane his neck up at him. Indeed, there's no better candidate. Allow me to congratulate you again, Selk. He let out a quiet breath, a sigh mingled with laughter. Then he faced the bird and set about his task. Your Radiance! Your Radiance! The voice rumbled from a distance, impatient and insistent. Drowsily, he opened his eyes and through the haze of sleep, inadvertently focused upon the flow of aether, the habit of eons. Unlike eons ago, however, there was no brilliant shine to greet his sight, but a wane, a sickly glow, a guttering candle where once a single flame blazed. His face reflexively contorted in disgust. Gathering his scattered thoughts, he finally remembered where he was. Dozed off in the chair again. Ah, the joys of old age. Your Radiance, it is the appointed hour! The voice rumbled forth from right before him. He cast a bleary gaze towards the sound to see a young man, tall and strapping and golden-haired, regarding him anxiously. Though he was still well shy of his 20th name day, the crease which adorned his forehead added years to his grandson's appearance. So Varys. This body's grandson, he corrected himself. Then he remembered the boy. Varys had been eager to report on his recent suppression of unrest in some forsaken province or other. Scarcely a matter warranting a formal audience, let alone rousing me for. Perhaps the boy had finally scraped together the courage to crow about his accomplishments. Perhaps he was put up to it by ambitious courtiers. Regardless, it was not but the feeble plodding of malformed creatures. Wearily, he hauled himself to his feet and shuffled past the youth towards the door. He had barely taken half a dozen steps, however, when Varys found his tongue. What is it about me that displeases you so? He stopped at the unexpected address. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he saw the boy, wearing an expression of pure anguish. And in that moment, he looked every bit as young as he was. To let this question spill forth, his frustration towards his grandsire must be great indeed. After a moment's pause, he replied under his breath, "Your body." What? The boy's face was a picture of confusion, but he offered him not a word more, turning away and slowly taking his leave of the room. As he made his way to the audience chamber, a self-deprecating smile rose to his lips. Though Garleans are known for their large frames, the body he wore was by no means exceptional in that regard, nor was that of the woman he took for his wife. Yet their firstborn son was a prodigiously tall and robust specimen, unprecedented even among his own kind. As the boy grew, his physique was held in awe and admiration by all, though to him it was a source of great vexation. In the end, they were all just malformed creatures, feeble, frail, and foolish, thrashing blindly about in their fleeting, fragmented lives, repeating the same mistakes over and over again. Never could they replace his brethren. Yet, in spite of himself, when he cradled the newborn in his arms and stroked that downy hair, he could not help but hope. For what, he could not be certain, but he hoped nonetheless. It made little difference in the end, for his son had succumbed to some absurd illness and returned to the underworld long before his time. Not without leaving behind a legacy, however. A living, breathing, and ever-present reminder of that momentary lapse. At length, his frail body brought him to his destination. He paused before the door, took a deep breath, and shut his eyes tight, as if to will away the din. At length, his frail body brought him to his destination. He paused before the door, took a deep breath, and shut his eyes tight, as if to will away the din.
Cool. I know that they are drastically different. First of the face should be the one side. Mantis shrimp looked unremarkable. I wonder if ancients could see more colors than other people. I don't know why the question just hit me. Ah, it's an interesting question. I can't pick up some strange places to focus on. Oh, has it been just... Oh, did I not have my thing up? Sorry, I was reading that the whole time. For those of you who don't know the story, this is the final image. The ancient looks strange with red robes and those horns. Yeah, really shiny red robe. Cam, quit focusing on me. They're making me anxious. I think that's one of my favorite A threads in the whole game. Yeah, it's very pretty. Oh, is this the concept of the Vanu learning its first dance? So I was referring to his son as this body's son is really morbid. Asians really do consider bodies to clothing. But pay attention. Look, all of him trying to tell himself that, the fact that he doesn't default to it, that he tries to remind itself, is him trying to create space. Even for all him trying to create space, even for all of the pain of seeing, you know, the sundered entities. In the end, they were all just malformed creatures, feeble, frail, and foolish, thrashing blindly about in their fleeting, fragmented lives, repeating the same mistakes over and over again. Never could they replace his brethren. Yet, in spite of himself, when he cradled the newborn in his arms and stroked that downy hair, he could not help but hope. For what, he could not be certain, but he hoped nonetheless. It made little difference in the end, for his son had succumbed to some absurd illness and returned to the underworld long before his time. Not without leaving behind a legacy, however, a living, breathing, and ever-present reminder of that momentary lapse. Yeah, he has to distance himself, yeah, because if he doesn't, he can't do his duty. What he believes to be his duty is to return the world the way it is. And us sundered beings are ever reminders that the world is not what it once was. And he, because of his sight, is more painfully aware of that than anyone. And yet still, he hopes. Yet still, he cannot help but have a wife, have a child. He cannot help but love, to care. He cannot help but hope, you know? Will you be reading Ere Our Curtain Falls too? I mean, we're running a little overtime, but I guess we can. Because I think it's really important. It is really important. So I was referring... Yeah. I mean, we can read it quick. But we'll call it after that. Now that you guys can see. Emmett Selk! My name rang out in the capital, the caller's voice resounding around the foyer. I could hardly pretend not to have heard, alas, and thus turned to face my pursuer. I had been so close to escaping. The voice belonged, as I knew it would, to a white-robed youth of small stature, who was hastening across the hall. His red mask marked him as one of the convocation of 14, Elidibus. I fixed him with an inquiring look as he recovered his breath. When at last he spoke, it was, as ever, in earnest. Do you know if the volcano we'll be discussing at the next session? I know that we are due for some pyrotechnics. According to the reports circulated among the convocation, there had been an unusual ethereal activity on an isolated volcanic isle, which is to say, an eruption was forthcoming. The island had one village upon it, and a wealth of fertile farmland, all of which would soon be lost. But that was simply the way of the world. As in many such cases, our role was merely to acknowledge the fact. The islanders would do the same, and those who deemed it prudent had likely already begun to move elsewhere. While it was true that the convocation intended to discuss the matter, the conclusion would be no less inevitable. But then why had Elidibus approached me? Well, Azem went there, and is resolved to stop the eruption. Naturally, I felt my brow furrowing and fought to suppress a scowl that threatened to pull my forehead down over my eyes. How? I eventually managed. You have heard of Ifrita, yes? The fire spirit? La Habre's masterwork, an impressive concept even for him. It is truly incredible, the youth said with a quiet fervency, the determined line of his lips curving into a grin. Generally, I found his ardent admiration for the rest of the council endearing, if embarrassing, but at that moment I was rather preoccupied with the implication of a suggestion. It's a wonder my brow ever recovered. Ifrita, a manifestation of concentrated fire aether. I could see what Azem was planning, transforming the volcano's aether into Ifrita, drawing her away and then destroying her elsewhere. This would safely disperse the excess, of course.
excess. Of course, the plan required someone to procure the concept of Ifrita from Azem, for Azem, but if that someone was not Lahabre himself, who else could it be? As everyone knew, concepts were stored in the Bureau of the Architect, and not all could be readily removed for personal use. The chief of the Bureau, however, could grant access as he pleased. Who else indeed? I pictured my friend cheerfully sending Azem off to battle without a second thought. Forgetting my mask, I clapped my palm to my forehead in exasperation, which Elidibus duly took as a sigh that I understood. If things get out of hand, Azem could be censured again. And here the youth paused. But I'm sure that won't happen. Not with your help. My brow resumed its descent. Very well. But are you certain it was wise for the emissary to ally himself with so divisive a figure? No, I'm not, he replied with practiced deafness. I'm simply giving Azem's opinion on the matter equal weight. The rest of the 14 have yet to reach a verdict, after all. On this point, I could not argue, though I wasn't particularly inclined to agree, and so I shrugged, musing inwardly that Azem was lucky the current emissary was such a kindly soul. Before we parted ways, however, I couldn't resist asking one more question. Did you happen to find out why Azem is so keen on preventing this eruption? The youth frowned, inevitably striving to recall his conversation with Azem as accurately as possible. It wouldn't do for the emissary to speak unadvisedly, after all. I waited politely. If I recall correctly, he began at length with the air of one about to reveal a grave truth, the grapes grown on the island are particularly delicious. Or so Azem said. They must be truly remarkable. Indeed. I couldn't bring myself to shatter his faith. I did, however, vow to treat my friends to a lecture of priority. Blissfully ignorant of my misgivings, the young man smiled to himself again and bade me farewell. As he wandered away, I swore I heard him murmur something about Azem's ever-refreshing perspective. That's the sort of person Elidibus was, eager to fulfill his duty. He also respected and admired the convocation more than any other. To many of us, he was as a younger brother of sorts, and when it became clear that he was the most suitable for the candidate for Zodiark's heart, it mattered not how strong our resolve. There was none among us who did not waver. Could there have been any greater shock than our subsequent reunion? This was soon after Zodiark became the will of the star, and our final days were averted. The people were divided, unable to decide what to do with the future that now stretched out before them. Many wished to trade their new life, which had sprung forth, to reclaim those lost in sacrifice to Zodiark. No small number, however, insisted that the fate of our world should be entrusted to those self-same, freshly minted souls. All were at our wits' end. At once we saw it, shimmering. It poured out of Zodiark's breast and resolved into the shape of a man. As he looked us over, mouths agape, no doubt he gave what passed for an earnest smile. Fear not. You will make the right choice, and I will see it through. How long had passed since then, I did not care to remember. In any case, my role as Solus Zoscalvus, founder of an empire, had concluded, and I was drifting. I thought I might settle down for a nice, peaceful nap in the rift for a century or so. It would serve to rinse away the cloying residue of Solus, whose body I had left back in the source. One should not remain perpetually in character. Not that there was much of a point in me retaining my sense of self. I had thought more than once that it would be easier to simply have done with it and discard my real form altogether. Yet given the state of the other two unsundered, some part of me was convinced that if I remained stubborn, a reason more compelling than hollow sentiment would come along, eventually. Amit Selk. My name rang out in the darkness, tugging me back to consciousness. Again! I elected to ignore the disturbance, but the voice was persistent. Once more it called closer now. Though the voice was the same as the one which had ambushed me in the capital so long ago, it sounded as if it belonged to another person entirely. Perhaps it did. La Habrea is gone, the voice said softly. I could hardly continue to feign slumber at that, so I righted myself and turned to face Elidibus. The silence that stretched between us then only affirmed the truth that had gone unspoken. For us, death was not the end, but gone? We knew this day would come. I closed my eyes, letting out a measured breath, or what passed for one in the emptiness of the rift. He was right, of course. La Habrea's boldness had only grown with the passing of ages, segueing inevitably into recklessness. Across many vessels and many worlds he blazed his trail, each mad leap forward leaving him that much more broken. Not satisfied with having brought about the Seventh Umbral calamity, he labored needlessly to prolong it. Was it his affinity for the concepts of flame that made him so like the fire itself? From peerless Ifrita to the hopelessly immortal bird, his creation had burned bright and beautiful, as did he. He should have known what became of the flame once all else is ash. I opened my eyes to take my brother's face in, but the lips visible below the mask bore no expression. Would he never again show what he felt for us, as he once had so readily? Were those very sentiments long lost? What is it, Emmett Silk? Nothing. I was only thinking of how similar La Habrea was to his creations. His creations? I had little difficulty reading Elidibus's uncertainty this time. He couldn't remember. If his clenched fists were any indication, he shared my conclusion. Yet another part of him had been lost. Ever since the day he had reappeared to us in the embodiment of hope, time's tides had conspired to wash away what bits and pieces remained of the person he once was. Will you not look at your crystal? I asked. When Elidibus was still Elidibus and La Habrea still La Habrea, we had collected all of our memories of the 14 and committed them to crystal, that those who would take our seats one day might learn. Elidibus would, I was sure, find much within to help him remember, yet he shook his head. I am Elidibus. So long as I remember my duty, that is enough. Aught else I would only lose again in the course of this timeless struggle, and if these memories are truly so precious, pray, do not ask that I forget them twice. On this point, too, I couldn't argue, though again, I could hardly agree. As he was now, however, I doubted that Elidibus could tell my shrug was affected. I make for the source to put an end to the one who laid La Habrea low, he said, as teleportation magics began to roil around him. Sounds like a real hero. No match for you, in other words. We must always prepare for the worst. If we are to succeed, you must resume your efforts as well. I was half inclined to tell him I preferred sleep, but of course, he was already gone, leaving me alone in the darkness. That was the last time I ever saw Elidibus. And now my charms are all overthrown, and what strength I have is mine alone, which is most faint as is my breath, the quavers here at brink of death. 'Twas ere my fate to wager all, for that which brought my brother's fall, and thus the aether beckons me to depths of black eternity, to dreams of things long lost and gone, and futures which might yet be won, though not by me, lest you mistake, for others wait the stage to take, and while their worth is far from sure, I bid the falling curtain pause. Let encore be my final word, their epilogue to death preferred.
I mean, there's a reason we're so mistakenly from, yeah. Well, it turns out shards of Azem seem to have a habit of unreasonable steps to preserve grapes. Do you think Azem got some of those grapes as a Crestral reward? Yeah, after everything we've done, yeah. I always wondered if the Vinter was friend of Azem while protecting the favorite wines fits perfectly with the Azem's Chaos Goblin. Yeah. Bet you there were some square grapes. I don't want to say goodbye in 6.4. I'm not ready to see a certain someone go. Yeah. He's gone so far as to think about stopping being an Ascian and just embracing being soulless. Yeah. It was inevitable, but I'm not ready. La Habrea really has a thing for fiery creations. Ifrita as Anabasios fight. Square Enix, pretty please. I'm torn because I want that would be great, but also Ifrita, we got Ifrit in Eden, and also like I'd be down for it, but we already got the Phoenix, you know. But yeah. So that I feel like there's nothing in those two stories that isn't really communicated from Shadowbringers as a whole. But boy, does it lend a bit of color. If you've never read them, I highly recommend you check out all the other stories as well. Okay, we're gonna start wrapping it up here. Ray or V, if either of you are around, you want to start doing the wrap-up stuff, and if not, I can also just do some of the stuff. Don't forget, every Monday and Tuesday we've got stream, just like today. On Wednesday we have a video that's coming out. We've got a relevant video for Abyssos coming out tomorrow, or for Anabasios tomorrow, let's just say. If you haven't done Abyssos in a while, maybe you'll want to catch up with a recap. On Thursday, me and Neri will be starting Final Fantasy IV, if you want to watch that, over in the morning. On Friday, we're going to be continuing our journey along doing the music streams. We're going to do the second half of Stormblood, I believe. On Saturday, we've got community events. This community event, we're doing Tombstone. If you if you want to do Tombstone events with us, just go over to the Discord and sign up for it. Or join us even just last second. But yeah, Sunday I take off. Yeah, they are very good. If anyone doesn't have any final questions, I'm going to go call it here. Thanks so much for joining in, guys. It was a wonderful time today. Next week, we're going to get on 5.4. We're going to get on 5.4 because we have to. We can't even do Zadnor. Is it second half or more like 1/3 left? Numerically, half. Yeah, totally light. Because we were in the like 50s and there's 103. Night, everybody. Catch you on the flip side. See you soon. Always good spending time with you.